Commence dunking.
I've got the biscuits right over here, sir.
Have you got the egg?
I wasn't ready for that.
I specifically requested a dozen eggs.
To be dunked in the hot chocky.
A hot chocky egg? Could you boil an egg in hot chocky?
Certainly.
Would that be the... I actually had a coffee egg once. It didn't taste like coffee. The boiled egg did not take up the flavor of the coffee whatsoever. I just had a damp egg. You know how hard it is to eat a damp boiled egg? It's so slippery. I got coffee all over my shirt.
Yeah, what's the point of that?
I don't recommend it.
I have once scrambled eggs using the steam wand of a coffee machine.
Oh.
It was fine.
Why?
Because I saw it was like one of those hacks, one of those viral cooking tricks.
Well, they've never led anyone astray, those ones.
I saw Kenji and Adam Ragusa do it. I had to give it a shot, and it was okay. It was fine.
If it's good enough for Adam Ragusa,
it's certainly good enough for me.
Welcome to Alt-Schwift X and Glidus talking about Dunk and Egg.
It's time to misinterpret the alignment chart again.
Yeah. We are going to...
Everyone's favorite.
We are on an ongoing quest to discuss every character in the Game of Thrones books and ranking them upon this beautiful, indisputable alignment chart. Are they good? Are they evil? Are they lawful? Are they chaotic? Do we know what those terms mean? Can morality be reduced to a coaxial chart? Just how much a grasp of moral philosophy do we have?
All
That's
of these
what we're
questions
discovering.
and more barely addressed on today's show.
So today we're going to talk about the characters in Dunk and Egg. There will be spoilers for the 3 Dunk and Egg novellas. Spoilers for the A Night of the Seven Kingdoms TV show, which is starting in January.
And probably other things. I'm going to say we might spoil some of Futurama in this stream. It could happen.
We could spoil The Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
We could spoil The Crown.
The Crown?
The Crown?
Do you think she dies at the end?
So yeah, look, I mean, hold your horses, because it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be good.
Hold your horses, hold your mules, hold your zorses.
Hold your horses. So let's talk about Dunk.
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 So Duncan the Tall.
Duncan the Tall. I think that he's a pretty good bloke. What do you think?
I think that, it's very obvious that George wants us to think of Brienne with Dunk, and look where we put Brienne. She's in the top left corner.
Yeah, I think Dunk belongs somewhere in that vicinity, because Dunk tries very hard to do the right thing and to protect the innocent, and he repeatedly puts his own life on the line to protect others.
He might be, I think, second to Brienne, the most self-sacrificial person in the story.
Yes.
Perhaps even first to Brienne.
Yeah. I think that one of the interesting things about Dunk is that in the, 3 novellas that are published, the stakes are low compared to other characters. Like, if you look at someone like Jon Snow, he's, potentially saving the world.
Right.
And lots of characters are, making these huge political plays that
Davos
change the world.
Ned and Brienne.
So, but whereas Dunk, the impact that he has in those 3 novellas, I mean, he gets Prince Baelor killed.
Great.
So in a funny way, Dunk's intentions are better than anyone. But I think if you look at it from, the consequences of his actions, it's kind of interesting that the consequence, at least within the 3 novellas, are not particularly positive. I think that
He
Dunk's...
thwarts a rebellion.
The Blackfire...
Yeah.
Yeah, in the Mystery
He thought that, that could have become a civil war. I mean, it probably wasn't going to, but it could have become a civil war that saw tens of thousands of people killed.
But did Dunk avert it? Maynard Plum, Bloodraven, he knew what was going on the whole time.
Yeah.
Bloodraven had it in the bag. Dunk and Egg were just there. Their intervention could have made things worse, but not better.
He killed Tom Heddle.
I don't think Tom Heddle was a big problem for Bloodraven. I think he was going to send in his crows to peck out Tom Heddle's eyes if he needed to.
Well,
That's one of the weakest things about the Mystery Knight as a story to me.
Oh wow, we're already getting into critique of the Mystery Knight.
Well, Dunk and Egg are just there. They just sort of observe it happening.
Right. Whereas the Sworn Sword, in particular, the entire story is driven by Dunk's motivations.
Yeah, the Swan Sword, I think, is the best of the Dunk and Egg stories. Mostly because the two characters, Eustace and Rohan, are so beautifully sketched.
Very juicy.
And they have so many layers to them, and they both make sense, and they both have like perspectives that are at least semi-reasonable. And
I really love the ending to the Sworn Sword. Their marriage is just, it's, I think, the most George Martin ending he's written in a very long time, because it's unexpected but still like rational and sensible. It's weird in the way that it actually suits everybody's needs. It reminded me very much of Dying of the Light.
It's very, very bittersweet.
Yeah.
I think that Dunk's biggest legacy, like the biggest legacy at least of his actions in the published Dunk and Egg novels, is teaching Egg to respect common people and teaching Egg different perspectives and encouraging him to think in a more moral way. Like, I think that's a huge positive thing that Dunk does. And
that has kick-on effects that affect the kingdom, the entire kingdom, for decades.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I think Dunk is overwhelmingly good. And, like, as best as we can tell from the history books, Dunk's later life seems to continue that tradition. He seems to have been loyal to Egg when, spoiler, Egg becomes a king. And it's very ambiguous, but it seems as though Dunk died while helping to rescue some of the Targaryens, possibly rescuing Princess Raelle. So Dunk seems to have done a lot of good, and it seems to have stayed completely true to his values as a knight trying to help others.
In a story where so many times true knights are depicted as not good people.
So he's got to be somewhere in the lawful good quadrant. But I think the elephant in the room is that he lied and that he's not really a knight.
He's not a knight.
He says that Arlan of Pennytree knighted him, but there are a million little clues that he actually lied.
It's subtly indicated that he made that the fuck up.
So that's not exactly lawful, is it? And it's not exactly good either. It's not an evil act necessarily, but it goes again. I mean, he thinks it's bad.
Yes.
Dunk thinks that he did something abominably evil. So I think that does take him a bit out of the good corner.
As though Brienne... Oh, does Brienne ever lie? I mean, she doesn't lie about being a knight.
I don't remember Brienne lying about anything super important.
I mean, we have to remember that the last time we saw Brienne in the main series, she is supposedly leading Jaime Lannister to his death.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know exactly
what's going on there.
What's going on there? It's hard to know the context. But I mean, yeah, that's probably not a purely good, certainly not a purely honest act that Brienne's doing.
It could be good in that, like, maybe she's saving Podrick or other people as well, or maybe she's not leading Jaime to his death. But it is dishonest, whatever's going on there.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's what Dunk's doing. Like, he's not evil in any sense, but it is dishonest.
Something that I noticed rereading was that Dunk he's got a bit of rage in him. There's like a bunch of times throughout the books where he's like, "Oh, I'd really like to punch Bennis's teeth in.
I should kill
I'd
that
really
guy.
like to throttle that person. Oh, I'd really like to beat up that person." And remember also, like, some of the accounts of Dunk's early life when he was like an orphan living on the streets. He talks about beating up people and stealing and threatening, and like he did bad things when he was a child, and Arlan taught him not to. So, like, Dunk now, regrets doing those things and knows better now. But he did do bad things when he was younger. He might not have had a whole lot of choice.
Yeah, I think that we can chalk those actions up to the morally inscrutable category in the middle there.
But, it's not like Brienne was running around beating people up when she was a child.
Brienne wasn't born in Flea Bottom.
Yeah, so again...
Brienne was a highborn lady in a castle.
So how much do we account for circumstances? Advantages?
Don't worry, this alignment chart does capture the entire human experience. We can measure everyone. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's all objective, and if you disagree, you're wrong.
So, Dunk is good. He's very, very good. He's a good man. I think he's the most straightforward hero in George's entire Westeros works.
Yeah, I think a lot of the story is asking what does it mean to be a hero? What does it mean to be a good person in a complicated world? And I think that George's biggest answers to that question are Dunk and Brienne and Jon Snow.
Yeah.
And Daenerys. I mean, a lot of them, but he's definitely addressing that with Dunk. And I think it's about Dunk's humility. It's about Dunk's determination. It's about Dunk having a sympathetic, compassionate perspective to lots of different people.
It's about doing what he thinks is right, regardless of how it's going to personally impact him.
Is Dunk more lawful good than Jon Snow?
That's... Oh, God. Why do we force ourselves into these questions? Why are we doing this?
I think that, Jon Snow does a lot more shady shit.
He does. Underhanded, dishonest.
Yeah, I don't think Jon Snow should even be this far lawful, should he?
Probably not.
Because Jon does quite a lot of lying and shenanigans
he does,
and politics.
And he spends a year of his life lying about his entire identity, but that's in service of his identity. That's because he was told to. He's following orders.
And you can argue that he has a consistent commitment internally to doing the right thing that never wavers. It's just the matter of how he gets to the right thing that is wavering and that is uncertain, So it's that thing we keep coming back to with lawful. Does lawful mean following the laws of the realm, or does lawful mean sticking to a certain set of principles, whatever they are, and just not being wildly inconsistent? But Jon wavers. Jon does waver. Sometimes he's "Ooh, I really like Ygritte. Maybe I'll risk it all for the redhead." You know. So I think Jon wavers more than Dunk does.
So we don't know much about Dunk's life as a Kingsguard.
Yeah,
I could absolutely see him breaking a few oaths there.
Yeah, well, I mean, there is the idea that Brienne is descended from Dunk, which means Dunk has children, and, did Dunk have children before he swore to chastity, or after? Does Dunk ever find Tanzel again? Does he meet up with Rohan again? Those are all possibilities. I think that... I mean, we don't know exactly what George's plans are with future Dunk and Egg books, but I think that...
12 more! 18 more!
18 more! Dunk and Egg forever! I think
100 seasons!
100 seasons, Dunk and Egg! I think that George absolutely intends to test Dunk's vows. Because that's what he does with all of his characters,
that's
especially
why
his heroes.
We have such complicated discussions about all of them.
Yeah, so I think that Dunk's morality and lawfulness will only become more complex, and I think that the other sort of elephant in the room is Summerhall, because we know from the history books that Egg, as a king, he does some weird, mysterious stuff at Summerhall where he tries to hatch dragons, and it's speculated that he might have been trying to make sacrifices, human sacrifices. And so, it raises a lot of interesting questions. Was Duncan the Tall, was Dunk complicit in human sacrifice?
Or does he, Jaime Lannister style, defy his king because of the innocent deaths he was about to cause?
Does Dunk kill King Egg in the end? I think that shouldn't happen, if only because it would be too similar to Jaime killing Aerys. But I think that there's got to be some conflict. In my head, I always think of Sam confronting Frodo at Mount Doom when Frodo refuses to throw the ring into the fire. It's the friends who have been through everything together. Right. When one falters and the other has to turn against them. That's so interesting. Wouldn't it be awesome if the end... see, we are spoiling the ending of The Lord of the Rings.
Oh, there we go.
Wouldn't it be interesting if Sam actually had to fight Frodo and get the ring off him and throw the ring into the fire? What if Sam had to push Frodo into the fires of Mount Doom? If instead
Sam
of
and
Gollum's
Gollum
intervention
had to be the same person.
Yeah, what if Sam had to be Gollum? Tolkien didn't put his heroes through such painful moral conundrums, but George is the sort of writer who might. So I think that all of those moral questions, I think George might intend for them to culminate at Summerhall, and I don't think we're likely to see Summerhall in a George Martin book. I don't think he's likely to finish the 12 Duncan Egg novels he wants to write. But I think that that's probably the direction that it's going. So what's the question? I think he's lawful good.
I'd be happy with it. So he's like top of the chart. He's good. He's very fucking good. I'd be happy to put him like, I don't know, a quarter of the way along. I don't think he's... It does come down to what we're calling lawful. I always do this. I need to make up my mind.
I think that Dunk lying about knighthood definitely makes him less lawful, because he's not only breaking the laws of the realm, he's breaking his own principles when he does that.
It's the great personal lie to himself, like Ned hiding Jon's parentage. It's like the one foundational secret that plagues his life.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's a great comparison to Ned lying about Jon's parentage. Like, it's the inconsistency that makes them interesting. The one time that they break their principles is what makes them interesting. So, but otherwise, Dunk is so committed to his values of being a good knight, protecting the innocent, trying to be truthful as much as he can. So, yeah, I think that he really is very close to Jon Snow. I tend to think that Dunk's a little bit more lawful than Jon Snow.
Sure.
Because Jon does waver in various ways.
That may just be down to that we know more about Jon, though. We know more of his story than Dunk's.
Yeah, again, I think that if George does write the Dunk and Egg books that he intends to write, I think that Dunk and Egg will become much more complicated. But given what's in the published text, I think that he's probably equally good and a bit more lawful than Jon Snow.
My mind's eye wants him to be next to Brienne up the very, very, very top, but I'm not going to argue with you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to beat you up afterwards. I'm not going to...
Again? Yeah, well, I mean, it'd take all day if we tried to compare all of Brienne. But like, there's more Brienne in the books,
and also maybe whatever Brienne's up to in A Dance with Dragons when she's misleading Jaime is the one moral inconsistency that's going to make her extremely fucking interesting.
Yeah,
maybe that's what's going on there.
No one will escape from this series uncomplicatedly. You know, no character is going to get through this without being tested.
Nah, my bet's on Shireen Baratheon.
Have we ranked her yet? I think we have. She's somewhere around the middle, isn't she?
She's in the children category.
Yeah, because she hasn't really done anything, but she's so good.
Yeah.
She's so good. Okay, all right. So that's Duncan the Tall. Are we happy? All right, I think we're happy with this ranking
where he
of
should
Duncan the Tall. Yeah. He definitely belongs in the lawful good zone. All right. What about a more complicated one? What about Egg?
Little Egg.
What about Egg?
Just to clear the air here, we are talking specifically about Little Egg, not King Egg.
Yeah, so spoiler for A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, Egg does eventually become the king of Westeros.
This little apple becomes a king.
He sure does. And I think that we will rank him separately, like young boy Egg and then like King Egg. I mean, we sort of don't know all that much about King Egg's internal thoughts, but we'll get there. Egg as a kid, like, he's what? He's adventurous, he's fun, he's brave, he's smart,
clever, yeah.
He's insolent.
He's a bit of a prick.
he's a little. He's arrogant. He's a prince.
He's a Targaryen. Of course, he's arrogant.
He's a bit arrogant. He's a bit angry sometimes. But
like, compare him to Aerion and Viserys and so on, and he's a lot better than them.
I think that I always thought that like the key defining virtue of Jon Snow, in my opinion, is that he listens. It's not just his bravery. It's not just being smart. It's not just being good with the sword. He listens to other people's perspectives. I mean, this is a series about perspective. It's about jumping between the POVs of different characters. And Egg listens to Dunk, and he listens to the peasants. He listens to Big Rob and what. And that's what shapes his political philosophy. Egg's whole political philosophy grows from the fact that he learned that peasants are people too, and bastards are people too, and... You know, sometimes the evil witch Red Widow is actually someone more interesting, and the old man in the tower Eustace actually has like feelings and experience behind. Like he learned human compassion, and then he applied that as a king, and so that's pretty good.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
That sounds
especially
pretty good
in comparison to the other kings of Westeros.
Is Egg lawful?
Well, this is really interesting, especially when he becomes king, right? Because if we talk about the societal sense of law, if you're the king,
Yeah.
you are the law, like in a feudal society.
Yeah.
But Egg's way of thinking is so unconventional to the previous kings of Westeros, to the previous governance of the continent, going back thousands and thousands of years, that it would seem unlawful if you're like a conservative lord living under him.
He's unorthodox. I mean, he's sort of making up rules as he goes along, which I think is inherently like less lawful, right? I mean, like it's like he's a change maker, and he's also not very consistent, I would say. I mean, you can say inconsistent, or you can say growing and learning as a person.
Yeah.
Like it's like when we say chaotic, that doesn't. It's not bad or wrong to be chaotic.
There's a reason that chaotic and evil are on separate axes.
It's not evil to change your mind.
They're independent of one another.
Changing your mind is a great virtue, I think, and Egg does that. Even within the novellas, he does that, and I also think that like Egg's energy in general is chaotic. Like
Absolutely,
he talks shit quite a lot. He's got a big mouth, and he does like provoke people sometimes. And he does do surprising things without telling anyone. He surprises Dunk. He pulls shenanigans. He's mischievous.
Yeah, he pretends to be a little stable boy to sneak into a turn. Like he runs away from his brother. That's very chaotic.
Yeah, from the very beginning.
Arya Stark would do that.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's chaotic good. Boy Egg is chaotic good.
Yeah.
And I guess that's what makes him a fun contrast to Dunk, because Dunk is so like ploddingly consistent and predictable most of the time, whereas Egg is just flitting about, creating problems or pecking at alternate perspectives and just sort of creating some of the chaos that drives some of the story.
When he runs up to Ambrose Butterwell's maester and is like, I've got a ring, I need to send a raven to my father, and that like absolutely throws the plot of the Mystery Knight into catastrophe. It causes an utter clutterfuck.
Yeah, so he's chaotic good, but I mean, he doesn't take all that many impactful actions.
No, well, he's a little squire in the stories that we know him from.
I mean,
it doesn't do much.
Well, it's interesting because Egg, like, theoretically does have quite a lot of power, because he does have the ring in his boot from his father, Prince Maekar.
Yeah, the Deus Ex plot device that George has given him to get him out of pretty much any bind.
And, in the Sworn Sword, Dunk insists on not using the ring, even when Egg wants to. Egg does listen to Dunk, and he is fairly restrained with that power most of the time, except when he uses it in the Mystery Knight, I guess. But like, I guess my point is that Egg doesn't do a lot of consequential stuff in the early books. Like, he is mostly following Dunk. He is mostly listening and learning. So it's like, I guess my point is that we can't put him like super far on like the good side of the axis, because he just doesn't take a lot of consequential actions.
I think he's an agent of chaos. He's a little gremlin boy, but he leans good.
Yeah, his heart is good. His intentions are good. I mean, I think that, one of the interesting things is that he's like a Targaryen loyalist, Like his family is the Targaryens, and so he's kind of biased in every conflict. He's biased against Daemon Blackfire because he's a Targaryen. He's biased against Eustace Osgrey because Osgrey is a Blackfire. I mean, it's more complicated in the Hedge Knight, I guess, because he opposes his brother, Aerion Targaryen, because Aerion is so horrible. Spoilers.
Like, getting to him later.
So, is he sort of midway up the good axis?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Hang on, who else do we have around there? See Catelyn stuff.
Oh my goodness, Daenerys Targaryen.
What's she doing there? Who put the... I remember... So in our first character alignment stream, we were judging characters based on the first book alone, like where they started at the beginning of the story.
Yeah.
And then we forgot about that.
Yeah.
So this chart is even more of a nightmare than it...
forgot about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there is a fair amount of going back and futzing around to be done with some of these rankings, which we have done some of. But I mean, does Daenerys still belong there? Like, without going down a whole rabbit hole. I mean, Daenerys tries really hard to end slavery, but she also burns some people alive in her determination to conquer Westeros, and it's questionable whether that's in anyone's interests. Daenerys. So Daenerys does good and evil. It washes out to good, I think, so far. She is chaotic because she, conquers random regions and
but she does
unleashes flaming lizards.
Okay, the dragons, I'm there with you. Okay, like dragons are always going to be chaotic, in terms of their practical use. But the reason she conquers those areas is to liberate them from slavery.
Yeah, but I still think it's an unorthodox, unpredictable thing that even she didn't really see coming. Like, she sort of changes her mind. I think Daenerys has a fiery inconsistency to her sometimes, Okay. Sometimes she's acting in her own interests, sometimes she's acting in the interests of others, sometimes she's operating by the right of Targaryen conquest, sometimes, I think Daenerys is... I feel pretty comfortable saying Daenerys is chaotic good. I think she is somewhere in that region that we've placed her. I think the egg is more chaotic, less good.
Okay.
Is egg there?
Maybe. I mean, if we were to relitigate everything, I think Arya Stark would wind up, especially early books, Arya Stark would be gooder than that.
Arya is gooder than egg.
Yeah, just considering her compassion for Stark soldiers, the small folk.
Yeah, Egg doesn't do much to help random innocent people, does he?
Arya also has her own very strict code of conduct.
Yeah. I mean, she does murder people impulsively, though.
Yeah.
The singer, the Night's Watch singer. I think that Arya is an agent of chaos.
I guess she changes across the books very drastically.
And, joining the Faceless Cult and sort of half taking on their values, but not. I think Arya is pretty chaotic. I mean, and it's certainly, her personality in general in Book 1 is very chaotic. Yeah. I feel comfortable Arya being around here.
It all depends on what you make of that word, lawful.
Yeah.
Alright, let's move on.
Alright, let's.
Now, Aerion Targaryen. What are we going to do with Aerion Targaryen?
Yeah, this one's not hard. He's about as chaotic evil. I mean, he's clearly chaotic evil. It sort of is that thing where it's where do you put him in relation to,
Euron
and Littlefinger and Roose Bolton. I think that he's just not powerful or imaginative enough to reach that level of evil.
But if we imagine the world where everything goes down as it does, but Aerion doesn't turn himself into a puff of smoke and disappear, and he becomes king, what would he get up to?
he seems like another Mad King Aerys II
just
in
waiting
the making,
to happen,
doesn't he? Because he is genuinely deranged.
Well, Aerys took quite a bit of trauma to become who he was.
Yeah.
Aerion's just like that, so far as we know.
What's Aerion's trauma?
Is he might be one of the only Targaryens who's just straight up a complete fucking psycho out of the box. We unpacked him and he was just like that.
I agree. I think that it doesn't take much imagination, though, to reckon that Aerion has dragon dreams tormenting
Right,
him.
and Gregor Clegane has really bad migraines.
Yeah, alright. Burn. But still, there's no way Aerion drank the wildfire that killed him, thinking it'd transform him into a dragon, if it weren't partly a result of dragon dreams, convincing him that a dragon would be born. Because that's what happens over and over.
No, I think it's a pretty rational conclusion. I'm going to drink this wildfire and it's going to turn me into a dragon.
He's evil, but he's also deluded.
Right, in the way that makes me love Viserys Targaryen. The third.
Well, yeah.
Also the second.
Yeah, I think Daenerys' brother Viserys is an interesting comparison to
Wait,
Aerion.
the first, not the second. Sorry, everyone. But also the second. We love Viserys the second as well.
I think that Aerion is more evil just from the delight and the imagination he takes in, the torture.
He's very cruel.
Yeah, when he's breaking Tenzel's fingers one by one. And he also talks, to Dunk about how, I'm going to knock out all your teeth, and then I'm going to I'm going to gut you and your entrails, and, he's really going out of his way to enjoy causing suffering as much as possible.
He abuses his little brother, just for his own enjoyment.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a very evil man.
Yeah. He's...
Euron does literally the exact same thing. To his little brothers.
Euron goes further, I think, doesn't he?
Yes, but it's the same category.
Yeah. It's interesting seeing those ideas recur in George's different villains, isn't it? Like when George sits down and tries to imagine the greatest evil that he can.
It's a pretty good one that he's landed on there, as far as evils go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty evil.
So is Aerion down near Littlefinger then? Like, I mean, Littlefinger and Aerion are very different, I think, in a lot of ways.
Yes.
But in terms of, like, the level of their evil... I mean, is Aerion as chaotic as these characters? Like, Aerion uses his conventional power as a prince most of the time.
Yeah, but he does it to just inflict random violence in indiscriminate acts of cruelty, right?
And it's not really premeditated either.
Yeah, he is a creature of dark impulse.
Yeah. And, like, the drinking wildfire thing, I mean, I think that counts as chaotic as well.
Nah, that's clearly a master plan. That's like step 7 of his 12-step master plan to become king of the universe.
I mean, it's funny putting him next to Littlefinger, because Littlefinger also uses chaos, but he uses chaos in a deliberate, calculated way.
He's a very gifted improviser.
Yeah, I mean, Aerion also has a calculated, manipulative part to him. Like they talk in the book about how Aerion pretends to be more sort of proper and respectable to his father Maekar.
Right.
So like Aerion is like deliberately, calculatedly manipulating his father and lying to create a situation in his favor. So it's not like Aerion's completely impulsive. He is manipulative in a calculating way.
If we're going to compare him to Peter, we have to sort of weigh the outcomes of their actions, because Peter causes a continental civil war. Yeah. Well, he doesn't cause it on his own, but, you know, he definitely...
He sure did help.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was deliberate. Whereas Aerion, like, he assaults two people and tries to have another couple killed. He also lies during the trial by 7.
He's a liar as well.
Dunk. Well, I know, but like he like pretends to yield to Dunk, but then he keeps on fighting, which is just, you know, add that to the pile of chaotic dick moves.
Very dishonest.
But I think you're right. Like the carnage that Littlefinger wreaks is on a continental scale, and that was like semi-deliberate. Whereas Aerion simply does not have anywhere near that level of impact, nor does he intend to have anywhere near that level of impact.
Peter does that because of his ambitions, whereas Aerion's already a prince.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to do that sort of thing, but if he did have to, oh god.
Putting Aerion next to Qyburn... Qyburn's pretty bad. I think Qyburn is worse than Aerion. Like, Qyburn, what he does to those women in his lab.
And we've got Jaime there as well. Aerion probably would push a boy out a window.
I think Jaime, like we said, we were thinking more just book 1 when we put Jaime here. Like, Jaime probably is a bit higher in the later books. Not a whole lot higher, really.
It's a long journey for Jaime's recovery.
Yeah. Well, all right. I think Aerion belongs somewhere around here.
He's somewhere down there.
Yeah.
He can't be in the deep, dark depths like Ramsay and Euron, but he's
definitely chaotic evil.
He's in the chaos pool.
Yeah, he sure is. Okay.
That's Aerion Targaryen.
Aerion Targaryen, everybody.
Baelor Targaryen.
Baelor.
Prince Breakspear.
Who's this fella?
He is Daeron's heir. He's the heir to the realm as of the Hedge Knight, and he sticks up for Dunk. Aerion gets Dunk in a whole heap of trouble, and then Baelor literally puts his life on the line to help Dunk out.
Someone, I can't remember if it was Stephen Adderwell or Paul Quentin, but someone compared Baelor Targaryen to JFK. The idea of this, like, really popular ruler who everyone thought was the great hope of the nation, but who unexpectedly and suddenly was killed.
Honestly, yeah, the series of tragedies that befall the Targaryens around this time is sort of similar to the series of tragedies that befell the Kennedys throughout the 60s.
Yeah, and remember that, you know, the 60s were formative years for George Martin, so it can't not have had a influence on him, I would think.
That's a keen observation.
Why, thank you. So Baelor is sort of this paragon of chivalry and nobility and doing the right thing. And that...
In the way that JFK was as well.
He never did anything wrong. And so, perhaps Baelor's noblest act that we see on paper is when he offers to fight in the Trial of Seven, representing Dunk, going against his own family. Baelor goes against his brother Maekar and against his nephew Aerion to save this random hedge knight, Dunk, which is great. But one of the things that I really like about Baelor is that when they have the Trial by Seven, Baelor says, hey lads, just quietly, instead of using the 8-foot combat lances, we're going to use the 12-foot tourney lances so we can outrange our opponents, so we can knock them off their horses down onto the mud, and that gives us an advantage. And one of the Humphreys is like, is that chivalrous? Is that right? And Baelor's like, yeah, no, don't worry about it, just do it. So it's really interesting that, Baelor's reputation is unbesmirchable, but when we actually get to see him in person in a conflict, Baelor right away is suggesting shenanigans and sneakiness.
And his entire presence on the battlefield is itself a shenanigan to invalidate 3 of Aerion's combatants, because the Kingsguard can't hurt Baelor.
Yeah, you're right.
So that's him rules lawyering to help Dunk.
Yeah,
it's him twisting things around so that they're technically lawful, but he's doing it to get a sneaky advantage.
George keeps doing this just to mess with our chart specifically, doesn't it? The more we do this, because Baelor is using the law in a chaotic way, is what he's doing there.
He's a very good lawyer.
He's a fantastic lawyer. I increasingly feel that the entire purpose of A Song of Ice and Fire is to attack the very notion of a chart of a simplistic notion of law and chaos and good and evil. The whole purpose of this series is to undermine the simplicity of this chart.
No, trust the chart; it'll be fine. 2 axes, that's all you need.
So what else does Baelor do that's significant? He fights in the Blackfire rebellions against Daemon Blackfire, which I guess that's lawful. I guess that's good. Eustace Osgrey would disagree, but
it's in his own sense of self-preservation to do so.
We don't know a whole lot more about Baelor apart from those 2 things.
He married a Dondarrion.
He did that. So I guess he's lightly lawful good. Maybe a bit more... Is he sort of in the middle between law and chaos? Because, we don't have a heap of strong examples either way. The only time we really see him do anything, he's a bit cheeky.
Well, think about it from his family's perspective. He really throws a spanner in the works.
Yeah, that's true.
By joining Dunk's side on the Trial of Seven.
From Maekar's perspective, he's very chaotic indeed.
Exactly.
I mean, he could have given Maekar and Aerion a heads up at least. He could have said, just by the way. Or, he could have said, hey, maybe withdraw your claim.
He also could have given Dunk a heads up. He's like, and I'm going to fight for you as well.
Baelor really has a taste for theater, doesn't he? He knows how to, create a fuss.
Absolutely.
And a stir.
He dies in the most melodramatic way as well.
That's what Maekar's brooding over for the next 2 years, is that he's still overshadowed by his brother, and his brother's been dead all this time because he died in such a spectacularly aura-farming fashion. Is that what aura farming means?
It'll do.
Are the kids going to know?
Yeah, they'll get it. Don't worry.
Okay, all right, good.
Especially stopping to ask about it.
Would you say that Baelor has Riz?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but not in the way that Targaryen traditionalists would like, because he's not, Daemon Blackfire. He's not the silver-haired prince waving his... I mean, he does sort of wave a sword around. It's more Daeron that has that effect on people.
I think the most chaotic thing that Baelor ever did was be born with dark hair.
Yeah.
Really?
Have a Dornish mother.
Yeah. What a chaotic choice, Baelor. I mean, look, it's very good that he stood up for Dunk.
Yes, I think he's a good man.
He really didn't need to do that, but he did it explicitly because he believes in Dunk and Tansel and their innocence, and he stands up against his own nephew, and he creates conflict with his own family because he needs to do what's right.
Yep.
That's very,
really
very good. It's kind of the only good thing we see him do, though. He's very kind to Dunk in those conversations. He's very respectful and kind
to this random base-born hedge knight.
There was nothing.
He didn't need to do any of that.
Yeah, Baelor gained nothing through his kindness to Dunk,
except upholding what he thought was the right thing to do.
Yeah, Baelor's very good. And yeah, he's a little bit chaotic.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah.
The something addict in the chat says everyone around him thinks he's a good guy, and that should count for something.
Ooh, I don't know. A lot of people think Littlefinger's a good guy.
Yeah, I mean, part of the point of this trio of novellas is that reputation and appearances are often very different from the reality. But yeah, he is a good guy.
Ned thought Robert was a good guy.
Yeah, well, maybe he was.
Yeah.
That's the thing. People change is the other thing. When he was he had a lot of bastards when he was young, I suppose. Yeah. All right. I'm pretty happy with Baelor in chaotic good.
Alt-Schwift has declared it. Adultery is a moral wrong.
We'll be here all night if we try to litigate any of that. He didn't look after the bastards very well.
That's not good.
That's
it's Maekar time. Maekar?
Are we saying Maekar or Maekar?
Let's wait until the show comes out.
I really wish that Ira Parker would do us a solid and just publish a pronunciation guide. That would save everyone a lot of hassle. Maekar Targaryen.
Well, in Game of Thrones, Aemon says Maekar. He says that his father's name is Maekar.
Maekar. All right. I'm going to call him Maekar. Maekar sides with Aerion, who is evil, but who is his son.
Yes.
Uh-oh. They make you swear and swear.
Yeah.
What is Maekar meant to do? What is Maekar meant to do?
He's putting quite
when his first son and heir is drunk and useless and refuses to be a worthy heir. And his second son is cruel and violent and terrible. And his third son is a nerd, and his fourth son is an egg. What is a man to do? What is a father to do?
No wonder he spends all that time brooding and sulking.
And his brother is so much cooler than him.
Except for the one who's a nerd and the one who's... who knows what Rhaegal's up to.
I think that, like, after the events of the Hedge Knight, we're told that Maekar, like, broods at Summerhall.
He's just Stannis Baratheon maxing by grinding his teeth.
While the realm is falling apart. Like, there's all this unrest and the drought and the war and the Iron Men, and Maekar seems to be, like, not helping at all. And Dunk says he's sulking, and Egg says he's wroth. But either way, he's not bloody contributing, is he?
Well, Aerys named Bloodraven his hand, so like I could imagine Maekar being torn up over that as well.
Yeah, and we don't know the context. Like, maybe Bloodraven rejected Maekar and said, "Get out of here, I don't need you." Like, who knows? But, I mean, Maekar becomes king later on.
Yeah.
We're told that he was an energetic king. We're told that he fought a rebellion. We're told that he did some stuff.
Oh, yeah?
Not a lot of detail, though. Maekar isn't nice. He's not nice to people.
No, he's very blunt.
And Dunk says, basically, that, hey, Maekar, maybe the reason why your sons are dysfunctional is because you're a bad parent. Which is a pretty ballsy thing for Dunk to say to Prince Maekar.
That's the thing. Dunk just speaks the truth. Even when it costs him good favor with a prince.
I really think that Maekar could have averted the trial by 7 at Ashford in the Hedge Knight.
Well, yeah, I'm your father, you listen to me, you withdraw your accusation immediately, and maybe I won't scold you.
Like Maekar, you know, like Aerion tries to twist the story to make it seem like Aerion was in the right when he assaulted Tenzel, but like Maekar's not stupid. Maekar must know that Aerion's a nasty piece of work. He can't be completely blind to that. He can't have honestly thought that Aerion was in the right.
Yes.
And Maekar surely could have changed the situation so that the trial by 7 didn't happen, putting those lives at risk, creating that farce. Not to mention denying Tenzel justice.
Yeah, don't 3 men die just because the trial happened?
So it was wrong of Maekar to go along with the trial of 7, I think. And, yeah, he's just generally a bit of a dick. Like, does he do anything evil in the books?
Not really, no.
I mean, you could. It was cool of Maekar to let Egg go off with Dunk.
Yeah, it was a thoughtful and peaceful reaction to what was going on. It was like, okay, maybe this guy's got a point.
Yeah, Maekar could have been a lot more of a dick.
As he says, he could have executed Dunk.
Yeah. But I mean, is it morally good to have not unnecessarily executed him? I mean, not really. I don't think he gets points for it.
I don't execute people every day.
Feels like the good place, doesn't it? Trying to assign points to things, doesn't it? So, like, yeah, I mean, is he lawful neutral? I think he might be lawful neutral.
Yeah, where do we put Stannis? Yeah, put him there.
Yeah, he's kind of the same character, so yeah. I mean, Stannis tries fairly hard to save the world. I mean, not to relitigate that whole situation, but Stannis does try to do good, but he also does evil along the way.
Well,
whereas Maekar doesn't really do anything particularly good or particularly evil.
Tell that to us several years ago when we ranked Stannis.
Was that several years ago?
It must have been. Several, I say.
I'll put a link in the description of our other alignment streams. There's like 4 or 5 of them now, aren't
There's
there?
like 8 or 12.
8?
And 18
We'll do
in
the
future.
14 more alignment
As soon as we
streams.
finish the bliss takes.
Avoid incest at all costs.
We should really have that gif of him drinking his Gatorade
Oh, we should.
in the corner of the screen, just to keep
I
everyone
want
interested.
to add those like Twitch alerts when people subscribe, just so that we can put a George gif there.
It's really funny.
That'd be great. This is a ridiculous question, but is Maekar more lawful than Stannis?
That is a ridiculous question.
That is a ridiculous question. Maekar never breaks any laws, as far as we see.
But there's just like a lack of actions. There's just not enough things to judge him by.
Yeah, gravity pulls Maekar towards
Yeah.
the neutral middle, just because we don't really see all that much from him. And I think, like, Maekar's so... I really, really love Maekar as a character. I feel like he's really...
He's very
real.
well-defined.
He's very thoughtful. And I feel like Maekar could go a bunch of different ways. Like at the end of the Hedge Knight, I feel like Maekar really... He was really tempted to cut off Dunk's head. And he really could have burst out with outrage, or he could have burst into tears from despair. Like, I feel like there was a lot of different emotions competing within Maekar, and we could see that and we could feel that, and I really enjoyed that. But as for what he does, like, I feel like he's there's a lot of potential and possibilities in him, but as for what he does, he's kind of passive, he's kind of lawful, he's uncertain, and I think that his anger comes out of insecurity, you know?
Yep.
So we kind of got to drift him towards the neutral middle, but he certainly leans lawful. And anyone who supports Aerion Targaryen can't be in the good quadrant really
He's
at all.
his son.
Yeah, but I mean, Maekar could lay down the law. He could. Well, Maekar does send Aerion to Lys. He does.
Yeah, he does exile
at the end
him.
of he does exile his own son.
Yeah.
He exiles his own son for being evil.
Which is a good thing to do for the realm.
I mean, I think that makes Maekar lean good.
Slightly good. Wow.
Because that is a pretty ballsy thing to do. And that is for justice. I mean, it's also self-serving
it's for
because
safety.
when Aerion is being that much of a loose cannon, it is against Maekar's interests to keep Aerion around.
I would rather not have him at my house.
And, it should be remembered that Maekar participated in the putting down the first Blackfire Rebellion at no small, cost to himself, risk to himself, which is something. But he just sort of does his duty and is grumpy about it. Those are his main activities.
Shall we just pair him to Stannis? Can we just link those layers so they move around together?
Conjoined twins. Yeah. Okay, I'm pretty happy with Maekar. Lawful neutral. I think that's pretty good.
Good.
Happy birthday to...
Oh, we got birthdays?
Ander24, who is turning 37 in 2 minutes.
Whoa.
2 minutes. Enjoy your last 2 minutes of being 36.
36 sounds pretty good. Square numbers, that's always a good year.
Square numbers?
Yeah.
How's it square?
It's 6 times 6.
6 times... That's a square, is it?
Yeah, it's an object that has the same... It's a quadrilateral with the same side length and 90-degree...
Is there such a thing as a rhombus number? A rhomboid number?
I don't think so. Because you could construct it...
6.1 multiplied by 5.9?
I think any number can be a rhombus.
Parallelogram number.
If you put your mind to it, you too can become a rhombus.
So, moving into some of the more obscure characters in the Hedge
What
Knight.
do you mean? Everyone's got Steffon Fossoway tattoos. posters,
Steffon
Pez
Fossoway,
dispensers.
he is pretty pivotal in the Hedge Knight, because if Steffon didn't betray Dunk and join Aerion and the Accusers, then Baelor wouldn't have joined Dunk's side.
Yeah, it's actually all his fault.
Kind of a lot of it is his fault.
Also, if he had never betrayed Dunk, then Raymun Fossoway wouldn't have needed to be knighted by Lyonel Baratheon, and the Green Apple Fossaways would not exist.
I think that Steffon Fossoway's decisions in the Hedge Knight are more consequential than most of Dunk's decisions in the Mystery Knight.
Yeah.
And even the Sworn Sword, come to think of it. Like, would Rohan and Eustace have arrived at the same conclusion if Dunk and Egg weren't involved? Maybe. Maybe. That's kind of the weird thing about the plot of Dunk and Egg, is that it is so important for Dunk and Egg's development and investigation of their views of politics and heroism.
And not really anything else.
Because, yeah, I mean, even if Eustace and Rohan went another way, would that have mattered to anyone but Sam Stoops' wife? Probably not.
Well, Rohan eventually marries a Lannister, doesn't she?
Yeah.
So who's to say that that wasn't a kick-on effect of the Eustace Osgrey marriage, and maybe that was caused by Dunk in some pivotal way?
Yeah, well, it all sort of gets down to butterfly effect stuff, doesn't it?
Dunk kills Lucas Inchfield in the Sworn Sword, and that is pivotal in securing the Webber-Osgrey marriage.
Yeah, maybe if Dunk wasn't involved, then Rohan would have had to marry Lucas Longinch.
Exactly, and he wouldn't have died like Eustace Osgrey did.
Well, maybe he would have mysteriously choked on a chicken bone.
Perhaps.
A long chicken bone.
A perilously long
chicken bone. What's this from? A cassowary?
No!
My one weakness. Yeah, look, Steffon sucks. He lies, he betrays, he's sneaky, he's rude.
Oh, but the apple puns are really funny.
I mean, he doesn't, like, murder anybody. Like, he doesn't do any genocides, which in Ice and Fire standards, you know, he's not as evil as they come.
He's not Craster and Bloodraven, Euron, shall we say.
He's sneaky and slimy, and, like, what,
he's dishonorable.
He switches sides because Aerion promises him something. What does he promise him? He gets bribed. He accepts a bribe. He's a douche. But not, like, the worst douche of all.
He's not a good guy.
And like, he's chaotic in the way he lied, I think.
Yes.
So
and he's very flippant about it as well. He's like, oh, did you not expect me to betray you?
He's very arrogant.
Yeah.
Are we putting him next to Asher Greyjoy and Viserys? It's interesting.
What an interesting bundle we've got there.
What a trio of bedfellows they are. My goodness.
Throw Varys in that bed and no one's gonna know what to do with him.
I mean, it's so weird having Renly, who, like, does a war. Renly does a war. What is Renly should be?
I've seen comments on our streams being like, Renly's much more of a good person than that, or Renly's way eviler than that, guys.
No, I think that what we said about Renly is true, which is that he's a bit of a dunderhead, but he starts a war with his own brother, breaking the laws of inheritance.
If Renly hadn't done the self-serving thing and instead allied with Stannis, then the War of the Five Kings would have been a lot simpler, a lot quicker perhaps, and a lot less bloody.
I'm actually going to go ahead and put Renly here.
Whoa!
I know.
He's as evil as Steffon Fossoway.
Well, Steffon goes there.
Okay, so we're just swapping them around a little bit.
I think Steffon goes there. I mean, Viserys threatens Daenerys. He almost stabs his pregnant sister. Like, Viserys goes down a bit more. So, I mean, he goes down there, and, like, and Robert's...
And he was gonna start a war even bloodier than the War of the Five Kings.
I mean, Robert is very possibly eviler than Wyman. He's probably eviler than Wyman.
Well, Wyman did a cannibalism.
Yeah, but they deserved it. Oh, 'tis fraught, my lord. 'Tis fraught.
Clip it.
All right, but yeah, I mean, is Steffon here? Like, he's... I mean, it's weird putting him next to Asher, because Asher is such a politically, militarily significant character.
Yeah, I think that Asher's placement there was, like, we had to compromise so many different facets of her personality. Like, that's a big conversation that got Asher where she is, whereas Steffon Fossoway, he's just kind of a dick.
Yeah, it's very weird putting them next to each other because they're so like.
Don't worry, the chart it distills human experience down to two axes in a perfectly logically consistent way. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Like it comes down to context. Like Asher is an unusually moral Ironborn. And Steffon is an unusually immoral Reachman knight.
I think it's pretty usual, his level of morality for being a knight.
But, like, the Ironborn culture is built on stealing, reaving, and raping from all the other regions.
The baseline
Whereas
of
the
Ironborn
Reachman's culture is based on being a pretty boy on a fancy horse, hitting things with a stick for entertainment.
Oh, I hit it very hard that time.
So it's very much apples and oranges. In a Fossoway humor.
Anyway.
Or apples and peaches, perhaps.
Yeah, the baseline of Ironborn culture is roughly where Victarion Greyjoy is on this chart. I mean, he's... Yeah, so Asha being there is like, she's done very well.
Yeah. Look, we could relitigate all of them. But
where's Theon? Where did we put Theon?
Theon is... Where is Theon? Here he is.
Okay.
I think Theon is at least that evil. I mean, Theon's more evil than Jaime, isn't he?
We don't have time.
We're
here to talk
the
about
Miller's
Steffon
boys.
Fossoway. Yes, he does.
Well,
and
Jaime
he burns
pushes
their
Bran
corpses
from
to
the
convince
window.
people that it's two other boys. That's very fucking evil.
Call me crazy. I'm putting Theon more evil than Jaime right now. I'm doing it. Jaime's evil, but I think like Theon was so premeditated. And his betrayal of Robb, like he had so many opportunities to not do the evil shit that he did, and he still did it.
Do you think Aerion Greyjoy is more evil than Theon?
Yes, and like I think that if Aerion was a POV character, then maybe we'd get a bit more insight. But like from the text, Aerion just seems to love causing pain. Theon does not.
Yeah.
Theon does not enjoy causing pain. He just has a lot of like emotional and political and familial reasons why he does what he does. So I think that Aerion's more evil than Theon. And I think that Theon's more evil than Jaime. But ask me on a different day of the week and I might say something different.
All right, let's move on to the next Fossoway. Do we have the next Fossoway here?
The next Fossoway is Raymun Fossoway. So Raymun is the cousin of Steffon Fossoway, and he's not as much of a douche, and he stands up for Dunk and joins in the Trial of Seven.
Yeah.
And he's friendly.
And he's knighted by Lyonel Baratheon. How cool.
That's extremely cool. And he founds an entire offshoot of the apple tree. Apples in the chat. What's your favorite? Like Pink Lady, like Royal Gala,
I don't eat
Granny
apples.
Smith.
I really don't.
You don't eat apples?
No, I don't. I don't like the feeling of them.
You don't like the feeling
I like the
of
taste.
apples?
I love the taste, but the feeling, no.
Oh my goodness.
But if I had to choose, it probably would be a Pink Lady.
I'm partial to a Pink Lady myself. I think Raymun Fossoway is lightly neutral good.
Present your case.
He helps Dunk, and he's a nice boy.
He is a nice boy. You know what? He's a handsome young lad.
He's a handsome young lad. He'll go far.
I think he looks smart in that armor.
I think that he's maybe lightly chaotic and that he founds an entire rival house to his family.
Is that inherently chaotic?
We don't really know the circumstances of how that
Cadet
happens,
branches
I
aren't
guess.
necessarily rival branches.
Yeah.
But the Fossaways are.
We don't know if he like did that super like deliberately and premeditatedly, I guess.
Yeah, sometimes cadet branches in feudalism are just like, oh, this guy, he's got his own castle now, and he's had a family, so like, and he's painted his shield a different color. Let's just call it a different house.
He never really like. I never get the sense that Raymun is like standing up for a big moral cause so much as Raymun dislikes his cousin who is mean to him.
Yes.
And likes Dunk who is nice to him. Like
Yes.
I don't feel like there's a huge moral stakes on the line, and there's certainly self-interest. Like just like Lyonel and the Humphreys, like they're doing it for their reputation as a knight. Like they stand up for Dunk not only because they don't necessarily care about Tanzel too tall. It's more like here's an opportunity to advance my reputation and career as a knight.
I get to fight 3 Kingsguard all at once. That's
Yeah.
gonna sound so awesome.
So I don't think Raymun or the Humphreys or Lyonel get a whole lot of points for being in the Trial of Seven. I mean, it is brave that they go up against Aerion and Maekar and the Kingsguard. That's brave. And I guess that is politically a risk to them going against the Targaryens. So alright, so they get some points.
They're going out on a bit of a line.
So
they also could all die.
Yeah, they could all die, that's true.
Like, their lives are on the line.
They're going up against Maekar's pointy battle mace. That's scary.
And 3 Kingsguard knights.
That's scary. So, is he lightly lawful good? Lightly lawful good?
I think down the line good.
Down the line good.
I don't think there's enough to say whether he's lawful or not. I mean, he is pissed at Steffon's betrayal, which does make... It sounds like he cares a bit more about honor and lawfulness.
Yeah. He's a fairly conventional guy, I think.
Yeah, there's nothing too spectacular about him, which I think is really interesting in the story.
But he's fundamentally like a nice person.
He's
to
a
the
nice
people
boy
around. He's a nice boy.
He's what Renly should have been.
So somehow that's landed in between the Blackfish and Edmure
Yeah,
Tully.
no, this scans. Yeah.
There needs to be a third axis of like complexity or ambiguity, because like, you know, Raymun is uncomplicatedly
Just
lightly
like
moral
sort of
good,
nice, yeah.
whereas Edmure and Blackfish are very complicatedly lightly
Sort of
good,
good.
lawful
Yeah.
good, you know.
It took a lot of deliberation for us to decide that, yeah, they're pretty alright.
Yeah, and I'm still not quite sure about either of them. I think it was fun talking about Edmure because I think we kind of landed on like, as far as like,
Yeah, it's the Asher problem, right?
As far as feudal warlords go, he's the best.
Yeah.
You know?
But he's still... Yep.
But he's still a feudal warlord.
We still see Ned Stark even further up and to the left of him.
I think that we've
Because
just
Ned
got
is just
to
Ned.
we've just got to admit that Eddard is there partly just because of
He's the
like
main
main character
character, yeah.
energy,
And we love
we've
him.
spent so much time in his head, and Sean
Yeah.
Bean is so handsome, you know. Like, I think that's a big part of
True. Has anyone else noticed this?
it. So yeah.
Speaking of handsome lords,
Speaking of handsome
it's
lords,
time to chat about Lyonel
here's
Baratheon.
Lyonel. I'm excited by how excited George Martin is
Yes.
about Lyonel Baratheon in the upcoming Night of the
Yes,
Seven
that was
Kingdoms
very
show.
very nice to read.
George has repeatedly said that Lyonel
This
is
guy's a
great
hoot.
and fantastic and exciting, and there's more of him in the new show than there is.
What
in
was the line?
novella.
Baratheon to the core or something like that?
Outrageous and fun and Baratheon through and
There
through.
we go. Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to Lyonel. Is Lyonel a good person?
Oh, probably not.
Yeah. Well,
Probably
not. I'm always inherently suspicious of any kind of celebrity who's famous for being like fun and cool and charismatic. Like Lyonel.
Like Ellen DeGeneres.
Well, watch for my upcoming YouTube video, The Real Ellen DeGeneres. 7 hours long.
Been there, done that.
20 million views. Lyonel is famous for like knocking the helm ornate decorations off his opponent's helmets and throwing them into the crowd. What a good guy, giving this gold and fancy things to the peasants. Aha, he's a favorite of the commons. Is that performative? Or is that altruism? Or is that enjoying attention?
Or is it like getting a kick out of pissing off another knight?
I get the sense that Lyonel is mostly just having fun, being
Yeah.
a rich, capable, highborn knight.
That's great. It's great for him that
good
he's
for
having
him.
fun, because there are so many like grim and dour, angry lords like Tywin and Stannis.
And
it's like,
Maekar.
what do you mean? You're rich beyond anyone's wildest imagination.
Yeah.
And you're being so upset about it.
If we must have an unfair, unequal, unjust feudal hierarchy, I at least want my corporate overlords to be having fun.
Oh, the metaphor collapsed at the end there.
Look, yeah. Well, does he ever do anything evil? I mean, one of the interesting things about Lyonel
He
is
causes a rebellion.
that he causes a rebellion. Later on, years later, he becomes the Lord of Storm's End, and he betroths one of his daughters to marry one of King Egg's daughters, I
Raelle.
think, Raelle, and then the betrothal gets cut off. No, is it Egg's son
it's the-
Duncan? Is it Egg's son Duncan was going to
Yes,
marry a Baratheon
that's
girl,
right.
but then Duncan married
Falls in love with Jenny of Oldstones.
Jenny of
so on and so
Oldstones
forth.
instead, and so Lionel's offended, so he starts a war. He starts a war over his wounded pride, which, like, you know,
it's just another cry for attention, like throwing the tourney helms into the crowd.
I mean, it reminds me of Rohan feels obligated to have a violent resolution to a conflict because she needs to protect her honor as a lord, and she needs to be feared as a lord. So, like, maybe Lyonel felt like, well, he had to start a war over this marriage pact that broke down. I don't know, man. But like, but to his credit, thousands did not die in Lyonel's conflict with King Egg. Lyonel put his own life on the line and fought Duncan in a trial by combat. And Lyonel most certainly would have known that Duncan was a fearsome, capable opponent, as you know, as the Lord Commander of King Egg's Kingsguard.
So when you think about it like that, and also they'd met, obviously, like. When you think about it like that, it's actually quite awesome and honorable.
Yeah.
Putting your own life on the line to stake the conflict.
Lyonel could have been an arsehole and gotten thousands of people killed, but he instead put his own life on the line, not unlike how Dunk puts his own life on the line over and over. So, I don't think that Lyonel ever does anything evil. And it is at least a little bit good to choose to stand up for Dunk. I mean, Lyonel goes into the trial by 7 just for the flex and the banter of it, but he could have joined on Aerion's side.
Very easily.
That would have been
Aerion's stuck with Steffon Fossoway, whereas Dunk gets Lyonel Baratheon.
I think, doesn't Lyonel say that he does it partly to tweak Maekar's nose? Like, he does it partly to annoy Prince Maekar.
And that's what I mean about him, like, throwing the tourney ornaments into the crowd to piss off the other knights, because he thinks it's funny.
Yeah, so Lyonel's just getting his jollies and having fun. And he most certainly is on the chaotic side of things. Not hugely chaotic, but he does things just to piss people off, which is chaotic. And I think he's very lightly good. Like, I don't think he cares about Tanzel or even cares a whole lot about Dunk, but he is on the moral side of that conflict against evil Aerion. So I think he's very, very lightly good, and I think he's, like, moderately chaotic.
Yep.
Does that sound right?
Yeah. Now, who does that put him next to?
Yeah, this is, like, the fun second. I'm really
and
glad...
now the reveal.
I'm really glad that we're, like, continuing to use this existing chart instead of starting a new one.
There you go. He's
Quaithe and Arya?
Right next to Quaithe and Arya.
Quaithe and Arya?
Where else would he be?
That's weird. What's he... Oh, no.
Actually, can you put him
Arya
closer to Small Paul as well? That just makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, that's it.
All right. I mean, I think with Quaithe, we talked about how it's just impossible to really rank Quaithe because we know so little about Quaithe's true identity, true intentions. I mean, I think Quaithe is a lot more inscrutable than Lyonel Baratheon.
When I think about those three characters, Arya Stark, Quaithe, Small Paul, the midpoint of those, that's Lyonel Baratheon.
If Small Paul, Arya, and Quaithe had a child together, it would be Lyonel Baratheon.
I don't want to imagine how fucked up that child would be.
Be 7 foot tall, masked, and would wield a needle like a killer.
And a foreign death cult does have a minor claim to him.
It does?
Yeah, the House of Black and White are going to go after him because he's Arya's child.
All right. Well, that's a fanfic for another day.
Ooh.
Shall we discuss Daeron the Drunken?
I'd love to. What an interesting character.
Daeron the Drunken? What do you like about Daeron?
Well, he's a failure, right? And we can all relate to that.
Every YouTuber can relate to being their father's disappointment.
He's a drunk failure who's plagued by dreams of what he could have been.
And he's got an underwhelming haircut.
Yeah. And his brothers don't respect him.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Is this all becoming a bit too real?
No. It's fine. It's just the alignment chart. It can and does rank the human experience in a completely coherent way.
Our personal feelings and experiences have never intersected with any fictional story. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I've never thought about it. Anyway, he's
not great.
No, again, he's a bit of a letdown.
He's not great. He screws over his little brother Egg by taking him away from the tourney, and it's chaotic. Like it was Daeron's idea to shave Egg's head, to hide his identity so that they don't have to... Well, all of which is Daeron trying to get out of his obligation to ride in the tourney.
I don't feel like it. I mean, you're a prince, right? You get all the perks that come with being fucking royalty. I don't want to ride in the... It's like you have to do a couple of things, but you have to show up and cut the ribbon at the new hospital.
It feels like a pretty small ask.
Yeah.
For all the privilege that he gets, it seems like a pretty small ask to just turn up at the tournament, shake some babies, kiss some hands, ride on a horse. It shouldn't be that hard. And I mean, you know, he's grappling with addiction.
He's seriously depressed.
Yeah, he's grappling with a lot of emotional and addiction issues. So, you know, is that a factor that, you know, maybe we blame him less given that he's, you know, that's complicated.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't let Aerion off the hook. I mean, Daeron doesn't do anything near as bad as what Aerion does. I mean, he's very negligent in his care of his little brother. He's also very little brother.
He's also negligent in protecting Dunk.
Yes.
Like, Daeron just allows Aerion to, like, control the narrative.
I'm his older brother, but I don't really want to get in the way.
Like, Daeron really should have stood up to Maekar and said, hey, this is bullshit. Dunk didn't actually do anything wrong. Yeah. Here's what Egg says about the situation. Here's what I say. We shouldn't be doing this trial of 7. Like, Daeron is way too passive.
Yep. He's lazy and uninvolved.
And he should have more leverage because he is Maekar's firstborn son. Yep. He's Prince Daeron.
He's the heir to Summerhall.
Could wield more power. And he should wield more power in that particular situation.
But he hates his position.
Yeah.
And he hates... Well, I don't know if he hates being a Targaryen, but he definitely has trouble dealing with the things that come with being a Targaryen.
Part of which is the dragon dreams. He's haunted by these prophetic dreams. I mean, I guess like one, you know, contributing thing is that he's afraid that he's going to die in the Hedge Knight because he has this dream of a dead dragon.
Yeah.
And he's worried that this dream foretells his own death. And so, like, that is, in the context of this world, that's a pretty good reason to be, like, worried and not wanting to be involved. But I mean, that's all the more reason why Daeron should have tried to avert the trial by 7. Daeron would have been in less danger if he tried harder to convince Maekar to not do it, and could have talked to Baelor as well. Like,
he's not the only person who takes a defeatist attitude to prophetic visions. It's like, oh, well, that's gonna happen.
Yeah,
I guess I've got to deal with that. So, like, maybe he feels as though he can't influence anything.
I think he's just wrong. I think that he's a prince, and if he got his shit together a tiny bit more, he could have a really big positive impact.
Yeah, like, there's every indication that if he just had a better handle on himself, he could be a good person.
Yeah.
And that's what's very sad about him.
And I'm sure he knows it, and that's part of why he hates himself.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Tyrion in Daeron the Drunken. Like, all the drinking and whoring and disappointing his father, like, all of that is the same. And Tyrion, likewise, you know, could do a lot more good with his political power than he does.
Yeah, interesting comparison. Do you think that means that Maekar is like Tywin in that he also possesses all of these things that Tyrion hates about himself? That Daeron hates about himself?
Yeah, I think that's a great point, because Maekar is also he seems passive in the years of Aerys's reign, and Maekar doesn't do as much as he should. He seems to torture himself with his sulking when he should be perhaps acting or just fucking getting on with it, you know? Yeah, I think that's an interesting comparison. I mean, Maekar doesn't seem anywhere near as cruel or evil as Tywin is, but there are parallels there. So, I mean, he's lightly chaotic, I guess. I mean, he's so passive, but he does, you know, run off with Egg and shave Egg
and then, like, completely he does nothing when Egg disappears.
Yeah. He lies about Dunk, and he lies and he says that Dunk was some robber knight who stole Egg and stuff. So, I mean, that's evil. Like, yes, Daeron does deliberately frame Dunk
to get off the hook for being negligent.
Yeah, he very nearly gets innocent Dunk killed because of Daeron's own failure to look after his little brother because he was busy getting drunk.
And to own up for his mistakes.
That's evil.
Yeah. Yeah, pinning it on a random innocent guy who's actually really cool, it turns out, once you get to know him. Yeah, evil.
Yeah, like that was his first move, was to pin it on some innocent peasant.
Yes. That belies the worst tendencies of princehood.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's lightly chaotic evil, I guess.
Yeah, I think so.
Which is sad because he's so sympathetic.
Yeah.
You know? Like, I find it hard not to feel sorry for him.
Yeah, you read him and you think, oh man, this is like he could have been good.
And he's very charismatic.
He's hilarious, honestly. Aegon wasn't at the bottom of my cup, so I didn't find him. Hilarious. There's no Targaryen better at lying in the mud. Hilarious.
Why does George give all of his funniest lines to the self-hating, depressed alcoholics?
Don't think about that too much.
Yeah.
It doesn't imply anything. Trust the axis. Trust the alignment chart.
Trust the axis.
Where would you put George on the alignment? Anyway.
Oh my god.
Where would you put you on the alignment chart?
Well, yeah, you know the finale of this series is going to be ranking George Martin, Glidus, and Alt-Schwift X on the alignment chart. All in opposite corners, but I shan't say which
We're
ones.
not telling.
I mean, George is chaotic good, let's be real.
Yeah.
I mean, like, buying a railroad and resurrecting a dire wolf instead of finishing his series, that's chaotic good.
Buying me a burrito, that's pretty chaotic.
Very chaotic good.
I didn't resurrect the dire wolf, that's bullshit.
So, interestingly, this puts Daeron next to Hoster Tully and Doran Martell.
Honestly, sure.
That's...
Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, Daeron and Hoster are also...
Yeah, sad, passive, depressed, self-loathing... reflective.
They do too little too late.
Yep.
Yeah, interesting. All right, I guess he's in good company.
Nightmare blunt rotation, though.
Yeah. It's interesting that it's forming a linear...
Oh, yeah, we've remarked on this
thing.
before, that the line of best fit just goes straight through the diagonal.
Because it's difficult to be lawful evil and it's difficult to be chaotic good.
Or maybe we just don't understand.
Or maybe we're dumb. Comment below if we're wrong.
What do you think? Is there science or are we dumb?
List your top 5 disagreements with Glidus and Alt-Schwift X.
Number one.
We'll make a live stream in which we react to comments saying we're dumb.
Sounds like great content.
Oh, it sounds like killer content.
It's time to talk about Arlan of Pennytree.
So Arlan was Dunk's mentor. His sort
knight.
of father figure took him in. And Dunk squired for Arlan throughout his childhood. And Arlan taught Dunk basically all of his positive values about being a good knight and protecting the innocent.
Dunk does basically attribute everything good about himself except for his stature to Arlan.
It reminds me of Ned, how the Stark kids think about Ned as having taught them everything good that they know. So, yeah, he seems overwhelmingly good. He he fought in the Blackfire rebellions. He was a mercenary, but he resisted all of the worst tendencies.
He was an uncharacteristically scrupulous mercenary. Because hedge knights turn robber, they turn bandit, and he never did.
His sigil was a winged cup, and he said that the cup was full of friendship.
Aww.
He's the friendship cup knight. How delightful.
That is so adorable.
He
just seems like a really nice old man.
He was nice to his horses.
He was nice to Dunk.
I mean, of course, if George Martin was given half an opportunity and wrote Arlan's backstory, he would undoubtedly find some complicated layers to give Arlan.
Absolutely.
He would undoubtedly...
That's what Arlan benefits from, is that he's dead when the story begins, so we don't get to see George torture him.
George's whole thing is romanticizing the past and then finding that, the romanticized past was in fact complex and human and ambiguous.
Rhaegar in particular.
But all we've got to judge by is the text. And the text only says good things about Arlan of Pennytree.
And the text is from Dunk's point of view, and Dunk is a very good, honest man who, would he lie to himself about... I don't think so. I think Arlan was just as good and honest as Dunk portrays him to be, because Dunk is good and honest.
I think that we often are biased into thinking that our parent figures are good. I think that we're biased into thinking that, our mothers and fathers have done no wrong. Not all of George's characters, of course. And Dunk is still young, Dunk is still just 17. I feel like when you're growing up, part of growing up, when you're around that age is going, oh, my parents were dumb shits.
Oh, they're people. They make decisions and they have context.
Oh, that dysfunctional thing that I do. I learned that from my parents.
I learned it from watching you. Well, I mean, Dunk does constantly threaten to hit and beat Egg.
That's true. Which he learned from Arlan.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure there's a line where Dunk is like, Arlan only beat me when I really deserved it.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I was being a shit that day.
So that is another one of those, like, cultural context things.
Yeah.
Where it's like by the standards of their culture, Arlan was really nice by not beating Dunk often.
Yeah,
but by
but-
the standards of our culture,
Yeah,
we
even
would consider
threatening
it
to do that
bad to
once is-
beat children at all.
Very bad.
So it's kind of impossible to, judge that in a completely fair way.
Does Brienne ever threaten to beat Pod?
No, that's an
Well, there
interesting
you
point.
go. So she rises above that.
I think that there might be some gender happening there.
Gender.
Or maybe that's not even gender. I guess mothers might beat... I think mothers
yeah.
beat children in this world.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, who's that woman who beats Arya at Harrenhal? Like, Weiss is the main one, but there's also those, like, washer women who, like, scrub and beat. Or do they... Well, maybe they don't beat Arya. They just threaten to. I don't know. The point is that Arlan is lawful good, right?
Yeah.
He's lawful good. And, I mean, he's not necessarily the most conventional guy in the world. Like, I feel like being a hedge knight is inherently a little bit of a chaotic lifestyle.
Yeah. He's
and
scrappy, for sure.
he's scrappy. And the whole idea of, like, adopting a random child from the streets of King's Landing
Because
to
your
be his
nephew was
squire.
killed in the rebellion.
Yeah, like, that's not entirely... Like, that is somewhat self-serving. He's getting free child labor. Like, yes, he's adopting a child, and it is good for Dunk, but he's also getting free child labor, which is a plus for Arlan. And Arlan never knighted Dunk. And, like, we'll never know exactly what Arlan's thoughts were in that area, but, like, Arlan could have knighted Dunk and didn't.
Oh, once you knight your squire, he's not a squire anymore.
Yeah, and presumably Arlan didn't, realize that he was dying.
Yeah. I would have gotten around to it. I'll do it this afternoon.
So, like, do we ever see Arlan, like, do something, really heroic and self-sacrificing? No. Like, he was a good soul, but if he was really tested, what would he have done?
Yeah, he seems to have just, like, fought for whoever was going to pay him. He's a sellsword. He's a mercenary.
He
He's a
hung
hedge
out.
knight.
He hung out with the likes of Bennis
Yeah.
years past.
Doesn't mean that he got along with him.
Yeah, I think Arlan is good, but he never does anything like extraordinary, and we know so little about
You can
him.
put him next to Maester Lewin. Or just below him, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I feel like the chaotic side is more
'Cause
where
he's a
he
hedge knight.
belongs.
Because he picks up a random orphan off the streets of Flea Bottom.
So is he next to Catelyn and Roderick? Maybe he's a bit more good. Because, I mean, he certainly never does anything bad, does he? That's got to count for something.
Yeah, he only beat Dunk when he really deserved it.
I guess that's where he belongs, in the sort of lightly chaotic good zone. And, he sort of gravitates towards the middle just because we don't know much about him.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
that's
As long
that's
as he
pretty
doesn't get
reasonable.
rid of my line of best fit.
EK in the live chat says Batman coded. He's like Uncle Ben or something,
Yeah.
isn't he? He's the sort of idealized father figure who taught good values and then died off screen.
He benefits from not being present for the story.
Yeah, everyone's perfect until you actually get to know them. It's like The Winds of Winter. It's the best book ever as long as George doesn't publish it.
It's my favorite book.
I think that brings us to the end of the Hedge Knight characters.
What a great novel. Novella. Novella.
Book.
It's not a book.
So, Eustace Osgrey.
We're in the Sworn Sword now, everyone. The second novella.
Eustace Osgrey is a landed knight, and he comes from House Osgrey,
Hey,
which was once
we used to be Lord of the North March.
He used to be very powerful in the Reach, but they lost their power over
And
the
High
centuries
Garden went to stewards.
after Aegon's conquest and all that. And how did he lose Coldmoat again specifically? Was that was the Blackfire Rebellion, when he sided with the Blackfires against Daeron, and then the Webbers got some of his land. That's what happened, isn't it? And
It may have been a different one.
yeah, there's sort of a complicated history to it.
Yeah, like their lands got chipped away at over the series of centuries.
Yeah, so he suffered downfalls, and he initially, like, Duncan Egg, like Eustace, he is kind to Duncan Egg, but he does contribute to this conflict between himself and Rohan Webber, who's the more powerful lady who rules the adjoining lands, and they have this fight over the water, the Checky water that runs through their lands when Rohan dams it. And I think largely this is Eustace's bad, because Eustace neglects to tell Dunk that Rohan actually has a legal right to the Checky water. They had a sealed decree stamped by the king saying that it is in fact Rohan's water. And the fact that Eustace tried to make a conflict out of it anyway and sent Dunk into the conflict without even telling him that key context, that kind of puts Eustace in the wrong here, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, Rohan is in the wrong in the sense that, like, by damming the Checky water, she's depriving Eustace's peasants of water that they need for their crops and they need to survive the drought. And, like, yes, Rohan needs to feed her own common people and her own crops, of which there are far more, they're far more numerous. But also, Rohan is taking the water to put it into a bloody moat, which is not the most essential use of water.
Dunk points out a dry moat does it just as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure it makes any sense to steal Eustace's water from his crops and put it in a moat for defenses, which Rohan may or may not need.
When it's like, she points out all the other defensive benefits of Cold Moat, and like it seems pretty fine. I do want to issue a clarification. Cold Moat was stripped from the Osgreys and given to the Webbers for the Osgreys opposing Maegor's laws. So it was around 200 years before the Swan Sword.
Yeah, okay. So what did he lose when so he sided with Daemon Blackfire and he lost some other land, did he? Yeah. So after the Blackfire Rebellion, he was just given that little tower Standfast to die in, and so he's really sad that his children died in this war and he lost everything.
Yeah, he appears to be the last of his line.
And like Eustace insists that, you know, like the Blackfires promised Eustace that he would get Cold Moat back if he helped the Blackfires win the throne. And Eustace insists that he didn't fight the war for the castle. He did it more because he thought that Daemon was the rightful king. But I mean, I think there's a bit of... I don't think that entirely passes the sniff test. Like, he cares about Osgrey pride and Osgrey power.
Absolutely.
He would like to have the castle
He goes on and on about Osgrey pride. But also, he goes on and on about how Daemon Blackfire was who he thought should be king. He has quite the Chuddick rant about the woke Daeron II regime and how he thought that Daemon Blackfire he's just the right guy for the job. He would have a beer for him at the pub. He wouldn't drink with Daeron, but he would have partied all night with Daemon. That's how he's basing his politics.
Yeah, look, Eustace fought for what he believed in. And it was also in his self-interest to get Cold Moat. And it got his children killed. And his wife committed suicide. And his daughter died of the spring plague. So he fought for what he believed in, and he lost everything.
Yeah.
And for years afterwards, he's just like sad, and he starts this stupid fight with Rohan. Well, it doesn't start it; she steals the water, but he sort of escalates it.
Yeah.
In a way that he was never going to win.
Yeah, very obviously there was no chance.
So he should have at least been honest to Dunk. I think that Eustace is basically lightly evil. And I mean, is he lawful or chaotic? I mean, it's like, you know, Eustace has this lovely speech where he talks about how, yeah, I mean, we lost the Blackfire Rebellion, so they call me the traitor and they call the Targaryens the loyalists. But if we had won, they would call us the loyalists and they would call Daeron's side the traitors. And so
written by the victors.
And so that is George attacking this very idea of lawful chaotic, you know. Is it chaotic to have sided with the Blackfires? Probably, maybe, not really. I mean, I think we tend to think that the Targaryens were right and the Blackfires were wrong, because we tend to think that Daeron was not a bastard, don't we? I mean, and Daeron seemed like a genuinely good king who genuinely was well intent. So So,
But, like, you could see Blackfire as the legitimate sign of inheritance. Like, there's an argument for that.
it's not as strong a sign of inheritance as being the true-born son of the king.
Who decides that? Who decides what is the biggest, the strongest sign of inheritance?
Well, it's a Dance of the Dragons
Exactly.
situation all over again.
Exactly.
I think that he's lightly evil. Is he lawful? Is he chaotic? I mean, he lies about several things. He lies about not being a Blackfire. He lies about the Checky Water not being Rohan's.
He also refuses to enforce, like, the simple thing that would see the conflict ended, which is, like, handing Bennis over to Rohan.
Yeah.
Because if he was like, okay, Bennis, you're my knight, you're going over there right now, she's going to cut your nose, and then this is over. He could have done that. That would have been the lawful resolution to the conflict.
Yeah, true. And the reason he resists is for his pride.
Yes.
And, like...
And perhaps greed.
And Rohan makes a similar argument of, like, well, I have to protect my pride and my honor because it's the only way that I can be respected and maintain my power as a lady. And Eustace could attempt the same argument, but he has no fucking power to protect. And, like...
So he's forced into being an opportunist, basically.
Yeah. But like, it comes down to his sort of petty emotional pride. Like, Rohan has a lot at stake, politically. Eustace does not have as much at stake. All he has at stake is his pride and his emotion. And, like, it's sympathetic, but I don't think that his emotional pride is worth what he risks.
Well, he only has nothing at stake because he's already lost everything.
Yeah. So I think it's wrong that Eustace puts Dunk at risk and puts his peasants at risk for the sake of his pride in the way that he does.
I do love that the thing that brings Eustace and Rohan together is love and grief for his son.
Yeah.
Like, that's so human. It's so beautiful and tragic that they're brought together by that.
I agree, but that's what we're told by Maester Seric or whoever, right? I think it would be kind of George Martinian if the actual thing was Rohan, and it would have been Rohan, came to Eustace and said, "Hey, let's come to a mutually beneficial deal. I'll marry you. You get your Osgrey banners back over Cold Moat. You can be as proud as you like, and after you die." I mean, she wouldn't say that part out loud. But since Eustace is older, he's going to die. Rohan will get to rule in her own right. She'll get to fulfill the terms of the will from her father, Raymun Webber. It's a win-win situation.
Yeah, and later on I'll marry a Lannister and become Tywin's grandmother.
So maybe they were weeping in each other's arms talking about Adam Osgrey. Or maybe it was a little bit of cold political manipulation. Maybe it was a bit of both, you know?
Yeah. It brings to mind the what if of Catelyn remarrying after Ned's death. Yeah. Which is just so interesting to me. I love that that's brought up.
They could have gone in a lot of different directions.
Yeah. But then she died.
If only Catelyn had married Tyrion instead of capturing Tyrion, it would have been a very different war.
Well, Ned was still alive.
Yes. What if they eloped? Did a bit of Targaryen polygamy or what is it when it's polyandry when it's blokes in it? Polygamy for marrying multiple women. Polyandry. Right. Is that right? So Eustace Osgrey, I think that he's lightly evil. Is he lawful or chaotic? I mean, it is a bit chaotic to rebel against Daeron. He lies. That's a bit chaotic. He's a little bit impulsive. Yes. And emotional in general.
He's an emotional old man, yeah.
Yeah. Like he has the sort of aura of someone who's, I'm just doing the lawful correct thing. I'm a tough man. But I think in reality, he's lightly chaotic, lightly evil. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Also, like, Bennis. He employs Bennis.
Oh, look, you take who you can get at a certain point.
He could have found... It would be better to have no one.
Yeah, he does have money squirreled away, and Bennis is the worst.
It would be better to have no one than to have Bennis, who's awful.
Yes, his lies and omissions of the truth repeatedly endanger Dunk, and therefore Egg, who is a little boy.
Yeah, true. And all those peasants. And don't forget the chickens.
Don't forget the chicken and the melons.
That's the thing. Like, if Eustace was just putting himself at risk for his own pride, fine. But there are innocent lives at stake. Yeah. So, oh my goodness, is he next to Daeron and Daeron? I think that I think that Eustace might be worse than Daeron the Drunken. Because there are more people at stake. And Eustace...
That's really interesting that Eustace's actions have more consequence than Daeron, who is a prince.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the stakes of the Swan Sword are kind of bigger, barring the death of Baelor.
It's interesting, though, because it's like a minor dispute between two lordlings who, like, if you looked on a map, good luck finding them.
I think Renly's considerably worse than Eustace, because the stakes, again, are higher. I mean, Daeron...
It can't be worse than these people.
Yeah,
but maybe he would be if he had the means. Maybe scale is just something we can't account for.
It's another axis.
Yeah.
Let's put him between Daeron and Daeron, shall we?
Sure, whatever.
It's a weird sandwich of complicated men.
Complicated, sad men.
Yes, that's a song of complicated, sad men.
It's the whole bloody thing. There's this whole there's a straight line of complicated, sad men from John Connington through to Steffon Fossoway.
Right through Asher and Orain to Aerion.
Who's the most sad, complicated man of all.
I think one of the other interesting biases, actually, is that I think that the women are more chaotic. And I think the reason why the women are chaotic is that it's a world ruled explicitly by men. It's explicitly a patriarchy.
So they have
So for
to,
any woman to do anything of consequence,
it has to be out of
chaotic.
bounds of society, yeah.
Like, I think at the end we could do this meta-analysis of, like, finding what the sort of trends are.
What does the data reveal?
Because I think at the end of the day, it's a lot easier to be lawful and consequential if the law empowers you.
Is on your side, yeah.
But if the law disempowers you, you've got to be different. My goodness. And I guess equally, like, you know, like the men are in the most evil quadrant, partly because the men have more power and so are able to do more evil. Which is why it's remarkable that Brienne is as far in the good corner as she is, I suppose. She's punching above her weight class, I think.
Yes.
All right, let's talk about Rohan Webber.
Okay, there she is.
Is this a Lord of the Rings reference? Rohan. She gives Dunk a horse.
And
Rohan has horses.
And he takes a lock of her hair like Galadriel.
He's just a Lord of the Rings nerd.
He most certainly is. And people who try to make fake beef between him and Tolkien are barking up the wrong tree.
EK in the live chat says that Rohan the Red Widow, is the exact same character as Rhaenyra, so rank carefully.
Exact same character.
Well, they're both female rulers who struggle to keep their power.
Yeah.
Because gender, and also just because they're in politically uncertain. Well, and both of them have shitty fathers who failed to give them a secure political future. Like Viserys, Paddy Considine failed to...
Don't make it Paddy's fault.
It's Paddy's fault. Didn't do enough to make sure that Rhaenyra's reign and transition and succession would happen smoothly. And bloody Raymun Webber, Rohan's father, did this weird BS.
It's such insane crockery that he came up with.
It's crazy. Like, what's the deal? Like, she has to marry within 2 years, or else she loses her castle, and
it
also
goes to cousin Wemble or whatever.
Cousin Wooble. But Lucas Longinch is in charge of deciding when
who gets to marry
and Lucas wants it to be him who marries
because he wants to be Lord of Coldmoat,
which is a catastrophically bad decision.
Well, yeah, he was upset at her.
He was cross.
So he gave her this ridiculous quagmire, basically setting up a civil war. It really is Viserys, isn't it?
Yes. It's a very similar situation.
Okay.
And so Rohan feels the need to prove her strength by being assertive in this conflict with Eustace Osgrey.
She can't afford to back down because then that shows his weakness and then she's done for.
And the vultures are circling.
I really like the existence of the Lord Rowan, the Lord of Golden Grove, in this conflict. Because, like, from Eustace's point of view, oh, well, she's kin to Lord Rowan, so
Yeah.
let's not bring him in because he'll obviously be on her side.
Yeah.
But from her perspective, he's going to take Coldmoat from me.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I like just the reminder that there's this whole, like, lower layer of, like, tertiary
Yeah.
lords beneath the Lord Rowans, who themselves are beneath the Tyrells. Like,
who are themselves beneath the Targaryens. It's natural to people who have spent 700,000 hours playing Crusader Kings, but like when you read the Sworn Sword for the first time and you haven't done that, it's like, oh my god, this feudalism thing keeps going down to the bottom.
so I think you can make a very, like, sympathetic read of Rohan Webber, where it's just like she's been put into this very tricky, annoying situation, and you know, let's remember that, like, she says that she lives in fear of Lucas Longinch forcibly marrying her.
She's in a web of politics, you could say.
And so she's just kind of reacting to this really difficult
spider
situation. Like a spider web. This character is kind of a repeat of who's the character in Tough Voyaging?
Oh,
Tolly Mune.
Tolly
Mune, who's like what's her bloody name? Like she's also called a spider.
Yeah,
she's in
she
Spider
Home.
And her nickname. She's got similar names and nicknames. It's like kind of the same archetype that George is reusing here.
But she's not a redhead baddie.
Tragically not. So you can have this sympathetic read of Rohan is just kind of forced into this situation. She's forced to be assertive, and ultimately, like, you know, she does escalate the conflict by, like, refusing to back down and refusing to accept the silver. But the only person who ends up dying as a result of all of this is Longinch, who was a douche who was, you know, threatening to marry her by force. So
he was the problem.
Well, yeah. I mean, Longinch kind of is the villain of this. I mean, they're all... Well, that's the thing.
Yeah, Osgrey's a bit of a villain.
Eustace and Rohan and Bennis and Lucas all do evil that contributes to the conflict.
Yeah.
But like, so you can have a pretty sympathetic take of Rohan, but, like, I think that the other take is that she might have been pulling the strings spider-like throughout the whole thing. Like... One of the mysteries is did Rohan cause the fire in Watts Wood, which escalated the conflict? She denies it, but I think it's implied that she got one of her men to do it. Maybe Longinch did it. It's unclear. But also she, like, asks Dunk, just how strong are you? And some people speculate that she might have been planning to use Dunk to kill Longinch in a trial by combat. Like, the more you think about it, the more it's like, maybe Rohan actually was sort of calculating this whole thing as we go along. Which, again, you can interpret as her playing for political survival in a very precarious political situation, or you can play it as she's really working to maintain power.
Yeah. At the same time, she is emotional. She reacts negatively to Duncan bringing up Adam at all. Like, she strikes him. That probably wasn't a calculated political move.
Yeah. And like the whole thing about the moat, like stealing the water that Eustace's peasants need to live in order to fill up a moat, which may or may not have any strategic value, which she describes, like, she talks about how, my father made this speech and it made me have no faith in men, but I have faith in stone and water and fortifications.
Sounds really cool.
It's a wonderful emotional speech, but does it have any, like, actual tangible strategic value?
Yeah, it's like, okay, but the peasants and the crops, Rohan.
So, she, like Eustace, she has both sympathetic emotional motivations and also political ambition, and also, it's complicated.
Oh boy, it's complicated.
It's complicated. I mean, something she could have done is just marry some random lord and let them rule and be chill about it.
Yeah, she would have married Dunk if he was highborn enough.
But, like, I think that part of Rohan's whole involvement here is that she wanted to maintain her own personal political power.
Yeah.
Which comes from, I think, a very understandable, like, desire for personal agency and safety. But, like, a lot of ladies in this realm allow their husbands to rule, and they just sit and eat persimmons all day, like, which is probably an option that she could have had.
Yeah, as far as being a woman in this world goes, that's, like, one of the better gigs you could get.
So, she could have kind of abdicated from having personal power, but she chose... And she has the ambition that she wants to assert herself, and she wants to get, like, an advantageous marriage like the one she gets with Eustace. So it is partly ambition. She's a bit chaotic.
Yep.
she, has the hots for Dunk, and like a more proper lady might have said, "Oh no, he's far too low born for me." But she had a good pash in the stables, and she,
Yeah, she's not immediately dismissive of this random base-born hedge knight who just rocks up one day.
Is she good? I don't think we can say that she's good. I don't think she does anything to really help anybody but herself.
Yeah, I also don't think she, depending on the whole fire thing, I don't know if she's evil either.
Yeah. Yeah, can we say that she's evil? Not
I find
really.
The argument that her own crops could have been burnt down, it's both for and against, because like maybe she accounted for that in setting the fire, or maybe that's, a reason that she didn't set the fire.
Yeah, I think that...
So I'm unconvinced either way.
Yeah. Yeah, if I had to guess, I'd say that Rohan did not order the burning of What's Wood, but I think that one of Rohan's men did burn What's Wood, and she was probably pissed off about that, and probably said, that could have burned down our crops, but one of her men did it on their own volition anyway. Probably Longinch or maybe someone else. That's my guess.
Yeah.
I think someone deliberately burned What's Wood. I don't think it was her order. So, I think she's like chaotic neutral, basically. Lightly chaotic and neutral. Because everything she does is like pretty understandable, but it's not altruistic.
I will argue it is... She didn't have to uphold the will. She could have put her foot down. But then the interference of the Rowans of Golden Grove... yeah, okay.
There are a lot of...
she was like compelled to be lawful there.
Someone says justice for Dake in the live chat. She did drown a man.
Justice for Dake, that's
She
true.
did drown a man in the moat, but he was a sheep thief. Won't someone think of the sheep?
Yeah, if I was a sheep, I wouldn't have wanted to be thieved.
I wouldn't have wanted to be rustled.
Thoven.
That's what they were. Aren't they sheep rustlers?
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be rustled by a sheep rustler.
No, Brian perhaps, by a sheep Brian, but never Russell.
Leave me unrustled, thank you. I want an unrustled flock. Alright, I think she's...
I hate it when my flocks get rustled.
I think she's...
It's just like binging eggs all over
Binging eggs. Yeah, Dunk would bing an egg. He brings an egg everywhere he goes. Okay. I think she's there.
Sure.
So, are we saying that she's slightly more good and slightly more chaotic than Eustace? I think that's accurate.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I think that Eustace is slightly more selfish in the whole situation.
And of course, as we all know, she's slightly more evil than Roderick Harlaw.
Lordy.
What have we done?
There's no way that's true. I'm going to move Roderick down a little bit.
Yeah, true. Like, given the Asher discussion, he would have to do a lot of good to rise above the Ironborn. I mean, he is clearly like the best of the Ironborn lords.
Well, he just doesn't really do anything. Yes. He's just like kind of nice,
gravity pulls
and
to the
helpful
center.
And thoughtful, but he's not like he doesn't do anything very consequential that I can remember.
As far as I'm
vaguely
concerned,
opposes Euron, I guess.
If you're an Ironborn and you don't do any of that stuff, you're doing great.
Yeah. Let's gravitate him towards the apathetic neutral center. Okay. Miranda in the live chat says, "No way Maekar is higher than Rohan." I mean, Maekar protects his son. He allows Egg to go off with Dunk.
I would say that at the center of the graph there, variances in height don't mean very much at all.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's speculation and leaning and all that. Now, to go full circle, considering that Rohan and Rhaenyra are apparently the same character, would we be happy putting Rhaenyra there? Would we be happy with the consequences on Twitter for putting Rhaenyra there?
I think on Twitter would be hung, drawn, and eighth'd.
By
not even courted.
Eighth'd.
Well,
at least we wouldn't be ninth'd. That's when you know it's over.
Yeah, well, we did do a House of the Dragon alignment chart.
My God, who can remember?
I think that was between season 1 and 2. I'll put a link to our other alignment streams in the description after the stream. But, yeah, is Rhaenyra in a similar place? Probably.
Who knows?
Probably. I mean, it changes over time. Anyway, Bennis...
this guy's a piece of shit.
Yeah, he's awful. Chaotic evil.
And he smells.
He's stinky.
He's stinky.
He's a stinky man.
Stinky and evil.
He spits on
That's
egg.
That's what the chart's missing, is a stinky axis.
We need to do a sniff test on all these characters. Who do you think is the best smelling? Apart from Marjorie. Obviously Marjorie.
I don't know if I want to go around speculating on the smells of teenage girls.
That's an entirely different strain.
That'll put you in the lower quadrants of this chart for certain.
Certainly would.
I think John Con could smell quite nice. But he has been exiled for a long time, and maybe that's made it difficult.
He's spent a lot of time traveling with sellswords.
Yeah.
They haven't invented antiperspirant yet.
Illyrio is like sickly sweet, isn't he?
Can we not do the stink stream?
Oh, sorry, you brought it up.
April Fool's stink stream. Can you imagine?
Oh, I've got other plans for April Fools.
Oh my goodness.
We could do that though.
Bennis is rumored to have murdered a guy.
I heard he killed a guy.
Bennis cuts open a peasant's face for no good reason.
No good reason.
He's and he runs off and steals Eustace's gold.
He refuses to take accountability for anything.
And yeah, he's like unreliable and he's impulsive. Like cutting that peasant was not in his interests at all. Like it's really funny
And it
because
caused
like
a big kerfuffle.
yeah, at the start of the story, Bennis is telling Dunk, "Oh, don't stir up this conflict. Don't go looking for the stream. We don't want to cause any trouble."
I don't want this
And
dumb
then,
fella causing any trouble.
And then, like 5 pages later, Bennis just slashes open a random peasant's face and instigates this whole conflict. He's very inconsistent. He's not smart. I think he struggles with emotional regulation, Glidus.
He's unprincipled. He doesn't apply his own thinking to himself.
Yeah.
He's a hypocrite. And worst of all, he smells.
Yep. And
Worse than Euron. Put him...
yeah, well, he's certainly not, like, as bad as, like, Roose or Littlefinger.
Yeah, this is different. Like, so we have Renly up in, like, the 25% of this quadrant. Renly, who sided against his brother in a civil war that led to the deaths of thousands of people. And then we have Bennis, who smells and cut a guy open, and I heard he killed a guy.
Illyrio is a slaver. Tyrion assaults people. Jorah is a slaver.
Again, it's the issue of scale. We have no way to account for what would happen if Bennis of the Brown Shield had access to the levers of power the way Renly and Illyrio do. Because you can imagine, if Bennis were an Illyrio level power figure, he would be as bad or worse than Illyrio.
Yeah. I mean, I think Illyrio has a intelligence.
Yes, he has a cunning and an ambition beyond what Bennis is capable of.
But, you know, I like you know, maybe Bennis is comparable to like a Khal Drogo or something. Like if he was given power, yeah, I imagine he would do a lot of awful stuff. Maybe not as imaginatively as Illyrio, but yeah, I feel like this is the right sort of area for Bennis. Like he's not the most evil, but mostly for a lack of opportunity.
The thing is, so like his capacity for evil is there. He does nothing good. There's nothing good about this guy.
Yeah, there's nothing redeeming. He's probably more chaotic than like Jorah, because Jorah has like, I mean, Jorah is chaotic. No, well, Jorah's quite chaotic indeed.
Oh, indeed he is.
Indeed. Well, like he runs off to the east and he marries Laness and he becoms
His life's all over the place.
I think he's more chaotic than Illyrio, even. We need to ensmallify some of these, don't we?
Hit him with the ensmallification ray.
Will. Okay, they've been ensmallified. I think that's about the right spot for Bennis.
Sure.
That's about right.
Put him next to Varys. Who cares?
It's all made up anyway.
The Longinch.
The Longinch. So Longinch is a tall knight who wants to marry Rohan and is a dick about it.
He's a twit.
And he's really rude to Dunk, and he feels entitled to marrying Rohan. I mean, I would read a Swansword prequel to learn about, like, why did Raymun Webber trust Lucas Inchfield with Rohan's, marital status? Like, I think that's all interesting. But all we really see of Lucas is that he's rude and he's violent, and Rohan fears him. He doesn't... I don't think he ever... Well, he does trick Dunk into thinking that Lady Hellicent is Lady Rohan, just as a prank.
Yeah.
So he is a bit chaotic, and he's willing to, like, break rules, like, by forcibly marrying Rohan. So he's lightly chaotic, he's lightly evil, I think, basically.
Shall we think about the trial by combat that
sure.
George shoehorns into the end of this novella?
Yes.
There's got to be a trial in every Duncan Egg.
There needs to be a fight at the end.
There's got to be a big fight. I mean, there sort of does. So, what's the purpose of that? So it's to settle the conflict of the water stealing and of the peasants' face being cut open.
It's for the sake of honor. There must be blood.
Yeah.
And he's the blood sacrifice, and after he is sacrificed, there comes the rain. So maybe Garth Greenhand was right, and you do need a little bit of human sacrifice to bring the harvest.
Don't we know it?
Yeah, I think that the fight at the end of the Swan Sword is a bit shoehorned, and so is the fight in the Mystery Knight against Black Tom Heddle, who doesn't really matter at all. You know?
I don't think that's shoehorned so much as is just not very relevant.
I mean, I guess part of the point of the Swan Sword, like, it's almost sort of lampshaded that the fight was a bit pointless. I mean, the point of the fight is Lucas's death makes it possible for Rohan to marry Eustace.
And it also means that, like, Dunk's gone through something for the story.
Although, is that even true? I mean, Rohan probably could have just married Eustace even if Lucas wasn't happy about it.
Yeah, like, what's he supposed to do? Is he going to kill Eustace Osgrey?
We don't know exactly what the will says. Oh, while we're at it, I want to add something. I actually want to move Eustace a bit more evil.
Okay.
Because before the Trial of Seven, Eustace is riding with Dunk.
It's just a trial by combat. It's not a trial by...
Trial by combat.
Trial 7.
Where Eustace says to Dunk, oh, you know the story of the little lion Osgrey who, like, stabbed the king with a knife.
Webber.
Eustace repeatedly tells Dunk to kill Rohan Webber, and even specifically as he's going to speak to Rohan alone in the middle of the stream, Eustace says, oh yeah, you should stab her during the parley.
Yeah. During this diplomatic conversation.
Like, he tells
settle
Dunk
a dispute
to murder a woman in cold blood during a parley.
Yeah.
That's really evil. Like, by all
her.
the laws of this land, that's really evil. And a nice old man, Eustace Osgrey, is repeatedly telling Dunk to do it. So
I'm just sad about my sons who died.
I think that nudges Eustace down a bit. Like, Daeron the Drunken
Daeron
never wants to do murder. Doran does.
He'll let people get murdered, but he won't do it himself. He won't encourage it.
So, yeah, Eustace is definitely eviler than Rohan. So Lucas Inchfield, I mean, yeah, he's lightly chaotic evil, I guess. Is that fair?
The chaos coming from the jape, the prank.
He's a prankster. But
and his only like motivation for upholding the lawful thing he does is try to uphold Weekly Webber's will.
Weekly Webber's will.
But he's only doing that because it serves himself.
Yeah. And he's willing to bend those rules for his own advantage.
I decide that I don't like these suitors, so you can't marry them. You'll have to marry me.
And he tells Rohan before the fight, you have to marry me now, you know? Yeah. So, like, he's bending the rules for his own self-interest. And he's a dick to everybody.
He's a dick to everybody.
I mean, the level of his evil is nowhere near as high as most of the others in the quadrant. So
yeah, sure.
Goodness, is he that?
Just add him to the sad men line.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because he's more active than some of these characters. Like, Lucas is one of the most active characters in the Swan Sword. But yeah, he's in that zone somewhere for sure.
Yeah.
Let's move on to the Mystery Knight.
Oh, what fun. There's a lot more characters going on in this one.
Yeah, the Mystery Knight is the third story in the Duncan Egg series, and it is a bit more complicated. It's at a tournament. Not a tournament. Yes, a tournament.
It's a tournament. It's a wedding feast and a tournament.
And the tournament is secretly a gathering of Blackfire sympathizers who want to crown Daemon Blackfire's son, Daemon II, as the King of Westeros.
It's honestly a really cool setting. I think the backdrop of the Mystery Knight is very cool.
Yeah. Well, it's a bit like the Hedge Knight again, but more complicated.
Yeah.
It's like the Hedge Knight again, but this time George has the Blackfire story.
Yeah.
It's almost a redo of the Hedge Knight in some ways.
Yeah, but the added intrigue of these plots going around, and it's not as simple as, oh, there's a tourney, let's go to the tourney. Oh, there's a prince who's breaking my girlfriend's fingers, and I'm gonna have to fight him. No, there's a lot more going on.
I feel like it's a messier story. I
Yes.
feel like it's a less elegant story,
It
and I feel
is.
like Dunk has less agency in the story.
It is less focused. I particularly enjoy the scene where Dunk goes out for a slash, and he overhears the evil plan being hatched from a window above. That's
pretty convenient.
no, it's fine. Stories have things like that. Whatever.
This story does have toilet dwarves, which sure is something. It's got Bloodraven making jokes.
Lord Butterbutt.
Lord Butterbutt. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a
pretty
good
It's pretty
read.
So Daemon
not harshing
II is at the center of this conspiracy, and he's a lot like Renly in that there's this whole rebellion happening that's led by his friends and allies, and he just sort of goes along with it, and he's got this sort of the self-assurance of a handsome man who's never really had to do anything particularly difficult in his life.
He's just in for a good time.
He's in for a good time.
Oh, they want to make me king, do they? Oh, let them.
He's more interested in having sex with Dunk than he is in
That's his
anything
prime
else.
motivation through the novella.
And it continues the great tradition of Targaryens wildly misinterpreting their dreams, because Daemon has a dream of Dunk being in the Kingsguard and a dragon hatching at White Walls, and what that turns out to mean is that Dunk joins King Egg's Kingsguard, and the hatching dragon represents Egg becoming more confident and capable as a Targaryen prince. But Daemon interprets it as
Oh, my egg's gonna hatch, and Dunk's gonna be in my Kingsguard, and I'm gonna have a hot, sexy affair with him.
yeah.
That sounds great.
He interprets it in like the most optimistic, self-serving way possible.
Yeah. Whereas Daeron interprets his dreams in the most depressing, self-defeating way imaginable.
Yeah, Daeron thinks he's gonna die when he could have thought, oh, Aerion will definitely die. So yeah, it's a Rorschach test. All of these dreams, and that's the point. The point is that we can interpret hopes and dreams and ideologies and predictions in selfish, emotional, biased ways, and that's what we do, I think. So look, I mean, I think that Daemon is a bit responsible for
The rebellion?
the rebellion.
Yeah.
Which, like the plan was thousands would die.
Yeah, so we're going
so
to
that he could become king.
win a battle so that Bittersteel is going to bring the Golden Company over and start a huge civil war so that I can become king and have an affair with Dunk.
And like, even if Daemon believes that it's destined, it's prophesied, we're definitely going to win, there's still thousands of people who are going to die along the way, surely. And, at least Paul Atreides had the good grace of being, like, a bit concerned about that idea.
Yeah, whereas Daemon's like, oh, it's going to be a fun war.
Quick war, and then we'll have crumpets and sex. So, yeah, I don't think he's a good guy. He's irresponsible, to say the very
Honestly,
least.
I believe this is how we put Renly where he was initially. He's a dunderhead.
Yes. Daemon belongs in the dunderhead corner next to Renly. He had a relationship with Alan Cockshaw, and then broke up with him, and then started hitting on Dunk, which is, I think it's a bit mean to hit on Dunk in front of his ex.
In front of Alan.
That's a bit mean.
Dude, come on.
Gormon Peake bribes all the jousters to lose to Daemon, and Daemon, I guess, doesn't even notice.
Yeah.
He just thinks that he's really good at jousting. That poor idiot. He doesn't know that all the odds are stacked in his favor.
He thinks he's the bee's tits.
It would be difficult to not think you're the bee's tits when everyone around you says that you're the bee's tits from the day of your birth. I mean, if Daemon had the slightest bit of insight or empathy, he would have noticed that Gormon Peake is a douchebag, and Alan Cockshaw is willing to murder and Black Tom Heddle's not a nice guy,
No,
and
he
maybe
seems pretty
Ambrose Butterwell
rotten.
and Lord Frey are not the most stalwart and reliable of allies. Like, if Daemon had a little bit of insight, he might have thought, maybe this isn't a good conspiracy
But
that
he
I'm
was
part of.
just along for the ride.
Like, if he's an unserious person. If he
Yeah.
was remotely serious, he would not have been blabbing to Dunk and hitting on Dunk. He would have been focused on the...
I mean, it's a pretty good pickup line. I'm gonna be king, and you're gonna be in my Kingsguard.
He's going to have all
How's
the...
that sound to you? You wanna ride on my dragon once it's hatched?
He's going to have all the time in the world for dragon rides after he's king. But all of it comes from this false confidence and this false self-assurance from prophecy and from the people around him. So look, So, is he chaotic? Yeah?
Yes.
I mean, it's weird. Like, he passively goes along with everything, but what he passively goes along with is a rebellion against the crown, which is deceptive. Like, the whole thing of pretending to be John the Fiddler. Like, it's a deception. It's
Yes.
chaotic. And he does improvise towards the end as well. So, like he's chaotic. He's lightly chaotic. Moderately chaotic.
A little bit evil.
He is impulsive. Yeah, he's lightly evil. I think that he'd be more evil if he was smart enough to really
Yes.
take full account of what's going on around him.
He's in for a good time regardless, and he doesn't really think about what that means.
Yeah. So he's lightly evil, he's like moderately chaotic.
He's
I don't
very
know, it's-
Renly.
Yeah. Is he more chaotic than Renly? I think so, maybe?
I guess Renly... Well, Renly doesn't have to pretend that he's someone else.
Yeah.
And, like, Renly doesn't go blabbing about his secret plans to the guy he has a crush on, but that's because the guy he has a crush on is already in his Kingsguard.
Yeah. Aurion is a bit more chaotic. He becomes a pirate king with a stolen fleet of royal
It does
ships.
sound a bit evil as well. I think that his placement there was a compromise.
Yeah, no, I'm happy putting Daemon there. Evil or stupid?
I think he would have been a great king.
Yeah. Well, like Renly, it sort of comes down to the people around him, and one of the people around him is Gormon Peake.
Again, would have been a great advisor. This guy should be in charge of a country.
He's not great. He's a bit of a douche. He wants revenge. He wants power, and he frames the Fireball's kid, Glendon Ball. Like, he lies.
Glendon these nuts.
I mean, he's responsible for Glendon's torture, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
So he's a torturer, he's a liar, he's self-interested. Does he ever do anything positive for anyone? I don't think so.
No, he's a dick.
Yeah.
I think... So people go on about how George loves the Blackwoods and hates the Brackens. I think George has equally, if not a stronger, hate boner for the Peaks. I don't know why he makes up these people that he shits on and he hates, but it's what he does.
And I suspect that this whole conspiracy is largely Gormon Peake's idea. Like, it seems
Yes.
like he's the guy in charge of this particular conspiracy.
He is framed as the center dude.
So coming up with this,
Kingpin.
like, secret identity, fake tourney, like, that's certainly a bit chaotic. That's certainly a bit chaotic. And he's certainly a bit evil. So... I mean, and he's more evil than most of these other folks we've talked about because,
Yes.
like, it's his initiative, it's his idea, it's his cruelty.
I think that, like, the architect of the war, like Littlefinger, is like by necessity more evil than the stooge of the war, like Renly or Daemon.
Yeah. So he's more comparable to someone like Illyrio or Tyrion,
Yeah.
who sort of know what they're doing when they do evil
It's also
things.
very calculated. There are a lot of steps in this plan. There's a lot of moving parts. So he's applying himself in a very rigorous way to accomplish a civil war.
Yeah.
He's not just improvising. He's not just like going along and whoopsie doopsie, I made a civil war happen. Like, no, he's going out of his way to think very far ahead to cause great suffering.
And he's mean.
He's a douche. He's dick.
Now, Alan Cockshaw is one of the friends and conspirators working with Daemon, and he was Daemon's lover, but then they broke up, and he's mad about it.
It's a very unflattering portrait.
He tries to kill Dunk.
Yeah, but then he gets killed by Dunk.
Haha! Comeuppance for Cockshaw!
Didn't see the reverse card there.
They play rock, paper, scissors, actually.
And Dunk plays sword.
So I think
it a
that Alan
dagger?
is evil because I don't think he's justified in murdering Dunk.
No.
He also he lied to lure Dunk away.
Yes, he did.
So it seems impulsive. It's emotional. It's chaotic, and it's evil. Is there anything redeeming or good about him? Not really. He doesn't do very much.
No, and he's along for this whole conspiracy thing, but, you know, whatever. That's pretext for him being there.
I think he's... I mean, he tries to murder a man, so, like...
That's not very good.
It's
Daeron the Drunken doesn't try to murder people.
Yeah.
He's just okay with it when it happens.
Yeah, he's worse than most of these people. Is he... he's probably more chaotic. He's probably over here.
Yeah, even, like, Renly doesn't murder people.
Yeah, no, I think he belongs there.
He just, you know, is okay with it when thousands of people are going to die in his name for his stupid vanity project.
Now, Glendon Ball claims to be a bastard of Quentin Ball?
Quentin.
Who was
Quentin
like a
these nuts.
great warrior. Well, wasn't Quentin Ball like the Master at Arms who trained Maekar and Daemon and that generation of Targaryen princes? I think he was.
Them lot.
Them lot. And in actual fact, we learn that Glendon probably isn't really the bastard son of Quentin Ball.
No.
Because his mother had sex with many different men, and there's no way of knowing for sure who the father is. And he doesn't have Quentin's fiery hair, so he probably isn't Quentin Ball's son. But nonetheless, he tries to embody the cool values of his supposed father, just like Jon embodies his supposed father Ned's values.
And Dunk embodies the values of his supposed father figure, Arlan.
Yeah. So it's cool that George's story is full of these sort of fake aspirational heroes who have a fantasy that inspires them
About
to do
their origin,
real good, which is like that's what fantasy is about to George, I think.
Yeah, and when acted upon in enough ways, the fantasy becomes reality.
Doesn't matter if the fantasy is true.
It doesn't matter if
you can bring it into reality.
Doesn't matter if Arlan never knighted you. You can still become the world's greatest knight.
Doesn't matter if dragons are real or not. You can become the world's greatest author.
Yeah. Doesn't matter if burritos are real or not.
That's right.
Because you can still put Glendon Ball in a quadrant on the alignment chart.
You sure can. So Glendon, he refuses to accept Unwin Peake's bribe.
Yeah.
He refuses to fall to Daemon, which is, I guess, a lightly moral thing to do, but it also is kind of a self-serving thing because he wants to get renown and he wants to improve his reputation, improve himself. So he's like, I mean, he stands with Dunk. Does he really sort of go out of his way to help anyone other than himself, though? He withstands all that torture and stuff. Like, bad things happen to him.
Yes, he's sympathetic. Definitely.
He's sympathetic. I mean, look, in his conversation with Dunk, I think we get a sense of him having, like, good knightly values.
He's got goodness in his bones.
He could have been a sellout and he refused.
Like, especially for someone from his circumstances, right? He has nothing. He could very easily have accepted the bribe and become a lot better off personally. So it's not a trivial thing turning down that bribe.
He's certainly brave. So, yeah, I guess he's sort of lightly good.
He's a rash young man because like he gets visibly torn up when he's introduced as the Knight of the Pussy Willows.
There is that story that supposedly Glendon was knighted in return for the virginity of Glendon's sister.
And that's probably true. That probably did happen.
So if that's true, that sounds like a bad thing.
Yes, that's a good point.
We don't know any of like the details or the context there, but that sounds very bad. So we don't really know
but
very much.
At the same time, Dunk, like he made it up. He made up his knighting.
Yeah. I think we just don't know enough about this guy. He, like, in all of his words, he seems good, but he never... Like he's forced to ride against Daemon in the joust for his own... Like, he has no choice in any of that, really.
That's trial.
I think we don't know enough to put him anywhere, really. Is he a true neutral?
He could be. I mean, he's young. He's got his whole life ahead of him, except for those fingernails. They're gone. I just find him quite interesting. I really love when he's forced to ride against Daemon. Like, I would have worked with... Like, I would have died for him. Because he's... Like, my father died for his father. I have my service to him in my blood. Because he, like, really, really, truly, strongly believes that he is Fireball's son.
Yeah, I enjoy the irony that he wanted to side with the Blackfires, but couldn't, because the Blackfire conspiracy was based on deception and BS and was biased against him as a bastard. He's an underdog, and you want to side with the underdog.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
He doesn't, like, do much in the moral realm.
Let's just put him at neutral. I'm wary. Like, the thing with his sister, that sounds really bad.
It doesn't sound good.
We don't know what happened, but that sounds really bad.
Selling your sister's maidenhood for a knighthood.
Mayhaps he's unrankable.
That sounds pretty bad.
How about Ambrose Butterwell?
Oh, God.
Where?
The Butterbutt himself.
Butterbutt. So Butterbutt participated in the Blackfire conspiracy and instantly broke down and melted like soft butter.
He's not built for this stuff.
Yeah, which like makes me think that he was probably just sort of intimidated into it.
Yeah, by Gormon Peake, probably.
Like, he was not a mastermind. He just sort of went along with it seems. So he's sort of lightly chaotic evil. I mean, he was doing it out of, ambition. Like, he definitely saw some gain in all of this.
He's a fence-sitter, a hedge trimmer, by sending his sons to fight on both sides of the rebellion.
Lightly chaotic evil?
Gee, he's in... I'm not going to say good company, but he's in a lot of company.
I mean, Hoster did more sort of... Well... yeah, let's not even try and compare. Uthor Underleaf, he's fun.
He's very fun.
Uthor Underleaf is like a professional liar. He's really good at jousting, but he sort of tricks everyone into thinking that he's not very good at jousting.
The snail knight. The snite.
It's all completely self-serving. And he tries to bribe Dunk and tries to bribe everybody.
Are you telling me that a guy that looks like that...
You don't trust this face?
Yeah, he's working for God.
He, is anyone harmed by what he does?
He tries to kill Dunk.
Oh, well, yeah, that he does. Yeah, he tries to smack him in the face. Yeah, so he's an attempted murderer. I mean, he's probably murdered people.
He's probably murdered people for money.
Yeah, if he's willing to kill Dunk like that. So, yeah, I mean, is it... I guess it's chaotic. I mean, he's Littlefinger-like. He's bending and breaking rules all over the place for his own self-interest.
Yeah, it undermines the entire institution of chivalrous tournaments.
I feel,
Think about what he's doing to the field. The entire industry.
The Mystery Knight is just a series of tests of, like, here's all the different ways that a knight can be bad, and Dunk's going to refuse all of them. Like, it's all the different models of a bad kind of knight, and shows that Dunk isn't any of them. He's chaotic evil.
Yes.
I think, like, trying to kill Dunk puts him more strongly on the evil side than most of these people. I guess is he more chaotic because of his bizarre grift?
Well, he clearly doesn't have any morals.
Yeah. You could believe that he might be capable of worse than what we see.
Yeah, but like he's just found this comfortable position where he takes bribes, loses when he has to, wins when he has to, will try to kill other knights.
Yeah.
But like if he were in a worse position, he would do worse things to get what he wants.
Just like a snail. I'll be back in a sec.
No worries. What do you want me to do? Shall I jangle keys?
Perhaps some donations.
Some donos. I can do that. I know how to read the donos. I've done this before. I've been streaming for years, don't you? Guys, I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. Okay, so where are we starting? Whoa, you people have been generous. Thank you very much. Alright, let's start here at the beginning. Pistachio Freak donates and says, the goats of Gotslap are back. You could say we are the got of goat slop. Thank you. Bug says, thanks for adding these streams to Spotify. They really brighten up my hour-long drives to work. You are welcome, Bug. I hope that this one gets you through some lovely commutes again. And yes, these streams are up on many streaming platforms. Schwift puts a lot of work in to make that a reality. Adam Brown says, Dunk versus Jaime, who would win? That depends on so many variables. Are we talking about... So, by the time Jaime has lost his hand, Dunk's been dead for, 50 years, right? So I think Jaime would win that. But if we're pretending that Dunk's still alive, both at their prime, both when they are Lord Commanders of the Kingsguard, Dunk's just bigger. But Jaime is said to be a really sick-ass epic knight. I don't know. I'll have to ask Schwift about that when he gets back. Oh god, what do we do without him? Lucan T, thank you, says, Hi Glimbo and Schlaft. Can't stay awake and watch the stream, but I'll be sure to listen to it 10 times over the next few months. Also, thank you, Glidus, for bringing the AGOT mod of CK3 in my life. You are very welcome. I need to put that back into my life. Need to play that. I was going to stream a lot of that, actually. Haven't gotten around to it yet. I've been busy. It's weird how... Whoops, I just knocked the microphone. It's weird how, from your perspective as the audience, it may look like I've been doing nothing for several months. I've been so busy. My god. But yes, thank you. I need to play more of that as well. I'd like to stream it on my channel. Maybe put VODs up on my second channel. Ogre Online says, honestly, the one thing that is not honorable that Dunk does in the books is lie about being a knight. Other than that, bad situations just happen to him. That's probably true. I don't think Dunk really does anything dishonorable aside from lie about his identity for his entire life.
Well, he caused so much trouble for that nice young man, Aerion.
That's true. He was just in for a lovely tournament, break a few fingers here and there.
Aerion has such good hair. How can he possibly be in the wrong?
I completely support this line of argumentation. Hey, who do you think would win between Dunk and Jaime?
Jaime. If we're talking about Dunk at the time of the novellas, Jaime. Because Dunk is only 17, and he's not very skilled at fighting.
Okay, so I was imagining both of them at their prime whilst Lord Commanders of the Kingsguard.
Yeah, that's harder,
so
isn't it?
Dunk has refined his skills. He's the greatest knight in the realm, and he's 6'11".
Yeah, there isn't much detail in the text. We can't really know, but I could imagine. I get the vibe that George's intent is for Dunk to eventually become one of the greatest knights.
I mean,
and certainly a lot more skilled.
He beats Lyonel Baratheon, doesn't he?
Yeah, he beats Lyonel Baratheon, and he fights in a Blackfire Rebellion or two, and so. I think Dunk is meant to become very formidable.
In his line of work, to live as long as he did, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
You have to be pretty fucking good.
If you can survive 12 planned George novellas, you must be pretty good.
Yeah, Arya can't even make it through the one book about Braavos.
But at the end of the day, George has said repeatedly that Jaime's one of the best knights ever, one of the best fighters ever. And he's never said that about Dunk.
Okay, fair enough.
So if I had to pick one, I'd pick Jaime.
But he's 6'11".
But can they defeat Hermione?
I think that if Dunk and Jaime versus Hermione, she's losing all of her teeth.
Zorua Hunter says, if Robert was a woman, who would he most likely marry?
Ned.
No, there you go.
That's very odd. Thank you. John Braxton says, I started watching you all the way back in the pandemic in college. Now I'm an English teacher, and it is due to the love of reading and analysis you both passed on. Much love, as always, John Braxton.
That's awesome.
That's fucking wonderful.
Should we call you Mr. Braxton?
Mr. Braxton, what do you think of our analysis of Ambrose Butterwell in The Mystery Knight?
English teachers change lives.
It's true.
So I think that's a cool thing to do.
That is crazy to think that we inspired someone to become an English teacher.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even process that.
Yeah.
But,
I have to try not to think about that.
That's cool, John.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Noino, who says, Hi, Glangnam Style and Glanglam Schweil. Happy to catch a stream. If you could live in Westeros, where would you live and in what time period? I would live in the Arbor, in the reign of Daeron II.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
I mean, there are those pesky Blackfire rebellions.
Yeah, and weren't the Red Wines a little bit caught up in that?
Okay. What's another peaceful era?
Jaehaerys or Viserys the First. Viserys the First.
Arbor during Viserys the First.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chantel, who says, "Good evening, gents. Wish I could stay awake for a live, but I did want to let you both know I love you and your generous work and time spent in this community. Have a great stream, buckos."
Thank you. I think we did. I think we can all agree that this stream has been awesome. I think we can all smash the like button
Oh my
all together.
goodness.
What do you think it sounds like when everyone presses the like button all at once?
Well, there's only one way to find out. 1, 2, 3.
Whoa!
Did you hear that? Did you feel that?
7 hells.
7 hells.
7 hells.
That shook me to my very gizzards.
The finger in the bum.
My gizzards have been shooken.
By the finger in the bum.
Thank you, Lavilla Hawthorne.
Thank you. Jay Compos says, "Who do you think won in the Tolkien versus George R.R. Martin epic rap battle of history?" Have you seen that?
A while ago, yeah.
That's a great question.
I think Tolkien might have won.
I think Tolkien won, but I don't think that really says anything about the authors or their work. I think it says a lot about the people who wrote epic rap battles of history.
I will say that I think Tolkien, like the actual Tolkien, would beat the actual George R. R. Martin
In a rap battle.
In an actual rap battle.
Absolutely.
Because I think Tolkien had a greater grasp of music, and like Tolkien composed many actual songs in
And he was-
The Lord of the Rings, whereas George has not written any like full-length songs in
Yeah,
A Song of Ice and Fire.
the way George speaks about his admiration of music is from the outside. Like, he loves music and feels as though, like, the vibe I get is that he feels as though he's not involved in it.
He's a music fan, but
Yeah.
he's not a musician.
Tolkien also was obsessed with the sounds of language.
Yes.
He was very good at it, and he was obsessed with it. And so his ability to string together a satisfying string of words would be like,
Yeah.
you stand no chance. If he cared about rap, you're fucked.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would not have liked rap, though,
No,
ironically.
probably not.
Like, didn't Tolkien dislike a lot of kinds of music that weren't fancy lad Oxford classical music? Am I remembering that rightly?
I believe he wasn't a fan of what Led Zeppelin did.
I do know that Frank Herbert disliked a lot of music genres that weren't classical. Like, there were some, 60s rock bands that were inspired by Dune, and he hated all of them. I could imagine Tolkien having similar views. But if Tolkien was open-minded enough to embrace rap, I think he could have been a great rapper.
Yep. Born too early.
Who from A Song of Ice and Fire would be most capable in a rap battle? I think Tyrion would be pretty good.
Or, I don't know, does he pun? Does he rhyme? Does he
He's one of the
Does
most...
he have flow?
I mean, Simeon Silvertongue maybe
Thomas
could
Evans.
do all right. Yeah, Thomas Evans, yeah. I mean, the singers in general, I think, have a great advantage.
Darian.
I think that Olenna, the Queen of Thorns, would have
Yeah,
some
she'd have
choice
a great
barbs
like
for
best,
a rap battle.
Guest verse.
From left and right. Left and right would be like her entourage, like they
Yeah,
would.
throwing signs in the back of the video.
I think there's a lot of potential there. The mountain that rhymes.
Corin Wholehand says, "Great stream as always." See, I told you it was great. Curious what the YouTube viewer retention rates for past live streams, Dragon Time or the Duncan Egg stream where you all entered spoiler talk. Curious how many of us are going into the shows blind. I've never actually looked at that.
We don't often get a YouTube data analytics question.
Always happy to receive though.
Yeah, I don't know either. Because, I mean, we do talk about that, like, what should our spoiler policy be? Do people want to hear spoilers or do people not want to hear spoilers? My instinct is that most people listening to these streams are open to spoilers.
Yeah, I think that if you're deep enough in the community to be watching Glidus and Alt-Swift X, you probably have read what you need to have read, or you've already spoiled yourself on the wiki or other videos.
But I do also want to be accessible
yeah.
to new people. Like, we don't want to be so deep down a niche that it's unwelcoming and uninviting to new people.
I don't know. Sometimes I do want to present myself as so far down a niche that is like, if you're a newcomer, you're like, what the fuck have I just stumbled into? Like the horse video, right?
Let's be as alienating as possible.
Exactly. I mean, like, it does alienate new viewers, but the current viewers, they eat it up. They go, they slurp it all up.
Well, that's one of the ironies, is that the more niche you get, the more enthusiastic the existing audience is sometimes, I think. Like, that's the fun thing about being part of an exclusive club, is the exclusivity of it all. You don't know the secret knock and the special handshake, and so you can keep all of the dweebs out.
You can't stoke a fervent, passionate audience when you're doing the most generic the baseline interpretations or scripts you could think of. I think the best YouTubers are the ones who like manage to toe the line, the people who keep it accessible and are able to still present as niche, like Lemino and H Bomber Guy, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think that, for something like this stream, we're making it a spoiler stream so that we can engage with the text with the depth that we want to, So, like, if it's possible to talk about the show in a spoiler-free way, then we will. And if we want to go a bit deeper, then we won't, we'll do different things in different streams. I think that makes sense.
Although I will look into those analytics, because it is interesting. I don't think it will change the way we do things, but it will be interesting to know. Katrina Simmons says, love you guys, always happy to support. Thank you. Thanks for the cover album, Glidus. You're a bitter or white and a good sort.
And a good sort.
A good sort.
Thank you, Azor Sashai, who says Glendon never needed to be associated with Quentin Ball to make it in this cruel world. What he really needed was LeVar Ball hyping up his potential so he could get drafted by the Lakers.
That's true, although I don't know what his potential on the Lakers would have been. Dunk would have thrown Ball for sure.
Well, there's a reason why they call him Dunk.
It's short for Duncan.
Get out of here. Thank you, Bob.
I actually do need to leave briefly.
Bob Saget says, hi Glimblor the V Unlikely and Altschwivnicht the Tall. I'm about to start a playthrough of a Game of Thrones Crusader Kings 3 mod. Which Targaryen ruler should I choose? Maekar is kind of an interesting one, or Aerys the First is an interesting one. What about Jaehaerys II? I think if Jaehaerys II got his shit together, then maybe he would have been able to avert some bad things, Maybe if he raised the Mad King better, things could have turned out better. I don't know. I mean, what's the most interesting era? I mean, Maegor the Cruel would be fun. That was a tumultuous time. Maybe you could make it a little less tumultuous, or a bit more tumultuous. I've never played the Crusader Kings thing, but people do tell me it's amazing. They also say that it eats up your entire life, so maybe it's a good thing I haven't played Crusader Kings. Hover says, Schwainard Plum and Gluidisaven. Is this the machine I put money in to get more cock-abridged? I should do some more cock-abridged, shouldn't I? It's a fun show. I like that show. It's just there's so many other things to talk about with the Night of the Seven Kingdoms coming and House of the Dragon Season 3 coming. But, yeah, I would like to do more cock-abridged. Thank you, that guy with the stuff, who says, when you read this chat in 3 hours, remember that this is a reference to that one joke you made and then forgot about.
That's a good one.
See, that's the fun thing about these donations, is that it is time travel.
They're stuck in time.
And so we're responding to things from hours ago, which is temporally disorienting.
It's great fun, though. I just had to chase off the cassowary you paid to stare at me.
Well, do I have to pay it more next time? No, why did it run away?
I'm pretty sure it'll be fine. Look, it was looking a bit too delicious.
Thank you, Ivana Jerkminov, who says, thanks for all the vids, beautiful guys. Thank you, Hoss Bowman, who says, hey, Gluns and Schrozers, have you considered doing rankings with the TV personas of these characters? Could be interesting to compare where they fall on the chart compared to the books. P.S. Keep the raps coming. Let me know if you need a feature. Ooh, a Hoss Bowman coming in on the next Swifty rap. My goodness.
Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon. Did we do House of the Dragon or Fire and Blood? We did House of the Dragon, didn't we?
Yeah, I think House of the Dragon was based on the TV interpretations of the characters, whereas this current chart is based more on the book interpretations. Yeah. We really could rank the show version separately for each of them.
But at a certain point, the characters who exist in the show after season 4, they all become dunderheads. Yeah. So it's impossible to rank them.
Yeah, every GOT season 8 character exists in its own Dunder Zone, which is
enter the Dunderdome.
The Dunderdome, and nobody two Dunders enter.
Nobody,
no Dunders leave.
They can't find the exit.
No one wants to enter the Dunder Zone in the first place. So yeah, I mean, and it's tricky because like he could also cut up every individual character into their different arcs. Like as we've said, like most of these characters, or many of these characters,
transient across the chart,
could be ranked completely differently later in their story than earlier. So, 'tis complex.
'Tis fraught.
'Tis fraught. Thank you, Eggs and McDuncan Sandwich, who says, "Hey guys, been loving y'all's content for over 5 years. First time catching a live. I can now die happy.
Whoa!
I hope you live happy."
Yeah, that's the goal.
Thank you, DB, who says, "House of the Dragon question. I don't know if this is a thing in lore, but I noticed that a special thing about Targaryen blood is it allows second chances at dragon claiming. Most dragon rejection ends in fiery death, but there are stories of Targaryens failing and living. Well, isn't it Alan Velaryon who tries and lives with burns when he tries to claim a dragon during the sowing of the seeds?"
I'm just trying to think. Did the Targaryens marry out to the Velaryons before that?
I think so.
Yeah, yes, because of the half Targaryen Velaryon who is Aegon the Conqueror's mother, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know specifically whether the Velaryons are descended from one of those unions, but there certainly were Velaryon Targaryen marriages.
So maybe that does account for that. That's very in the weeds, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much detail we have of all these different attempted dragon claimings, but I mean, I would hazard a guess that, like, yes, having Targaryen blood does make it more likely for you to survive trying to claim a dragon. I mean, it's like Brown Ben Plum says, like, yeah, I got to drop a dragon blood, and so these dragons seem to like me.
I don't know. I think we need a larger sample size because that could just be confirmation bias.
I don't think the blood thing is going to turn out to be nothing. Like, okay. I think that having the special magic blood, it's not everything, but I think it's not nothing. Like magic does exist, and the Targaryens are more magical than other people.
Yeah, it is interesting that we exist. There's the philosophy of the franchise is that all of these things are bad. Like special magic blood that makes you the king is bad.
I mean, look, that's one of the interesting things about Dunk, right? Because Dunk is the underdog. He doesn't have all these privileges. He doesn't have all these advantages, except he does happen to be 7 feet tall. And if he wasn't born with the advantage of being so huge and tall, he would not have succeeded in any of the ways in which he succeeds. So he's an underdog in a lot of ways, but not physically, you know?
Yeah.
So it's interesting that, like, so much of Dunk and Egg is an examination of hierarchy and privilege and power, but, you know, Dunk does have privileges of his own.
Yeah, the moral of a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms is that anyone can rise above the feudal class system if you happen to be a genetic freak of 7 feet tall.
I mean, it's a series about power, you know, and we see people like Varys and Littlefinger using, like, intelligence and slyness to get ahead, and some people are big and brave, and some people will have political privilege, and some people are just lucky. And those are the many facets of power.
Lavilla Hawthorne says, "Hey, George R.R. Schwarten. Help encourage me to quit smoking so I can give you more money. You should definitely quit smoking so you can give us more money. What musicians should cameo in Knight of the Seven Kingdoms besides Materia?"
Wouldn't it be great if Ed Sheeran came back again?
Oh no!
Just in every episode, like he plays like a singer at the tournament.
But that implies that Ed Sheeran is an immortal being because he makes it into season 7 of Game of Thrones.
He's the Omni Sheeran.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's going to look a bit older than he did in
he'll look
2017.
10 years older.
So he's like a Benjamin Button who's aging backwards throughout Westerosi
very
history.
Slowly.
And we're going to see like an ancient, wizened Ed Sheeran advising Aegon the Conqueror in that series. And then in the sequel series, we're going to see a little baby Ed Sheeran being born in the year 450 AC.
That explains the videographers at his birth.
It all makes sense.
HBO were really forward planning with that one.
Thank you, Dookie No Mai, who says that the Schwip Gloppopotamus there rhymes are bottomless. I've had that name on my mind for over a year now.
Isn't the next line of that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't he just like he has the one rhyme and then he's just like, I'm done.
Yeah, Acropolis comes in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
I think. Yeah. No, we'll workshop it. We'll workshop it. Thank you, Arthur Thompson de Leshanani, Sometimes I just slur the names, but I do it confidently,
it's
so
fine.
y'all don't know that I mispronounced it. Hi, Schwarma and Glyros. Which TV show do you think will have a more satisfying conclusion? House of the Dragon with a rushed ending, or Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which might run out of published material? Your streams feed my soul and fuel my master's thesis on edible insects.
All insects are edible if you have a heart of gold.
That's an awesome thesis. Can you please tell us which insects are most edible?
Most edible is binary. You can eat it or you can't.
It is absolutely not binary. The book that you're going to eat is in the exact
It's a
limbo
gray
between
zone.
edible and inedible.
It straddles the line.
I mean,
We make the inedible edible.
I think that A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms can be satisfying because the Hedge Knight has a satisfying ending.
Yes, it can be standalone.
And the Swan Sword has a satisfying ending. And the Mystery Knight has a satisfying ending. I think if A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms ends with season 3, I think that is
It'll be
fine,
fine.
and good. And they could potentially continue it beyond there, maybe loosely basing it on George's plans, or they might not, and I think either way it could work. House of the Dragon, I think, has structural issues. It has pacing and
Yeah.
structural issues.
Yeah.
And
With 16 episodes left.
they could still land this plane, but I think the plane is looking less aerodynamic now than it did at the end of season
They
1.
had to strip the wings for parts.
Yes, it's difficult to reupholster your aeroplane mid-flight, you know?
Mid-crash landing.
I mean, I guess what they'll probably do is just cut out a bunch of the battles and cut out a bunch of the characters and just have a more...
And don't worry, because Warner Bros. HBO will be purchased by Disney, and so they'll... that means we'll have a lot more money to throw at the series, right?
Uh-oh.
Right?
Yeah, I did hear that the parent company's being sold, and what that means for the Westeros cinematic universe...
Don't ever say those words.
Yeah, I do not know if this bodes well or bodes poorly. I wonder what George Martin
Look,
thinks about
I think
this.
if we all pull in $5 or so, we could put in an offer.
If we crowdfunded,
Yeah.
could we buy... let's not try and buy all of Warner Brothers Discovery. Let's just try
George
to
R. R.
buy
Martin.
Westeros.
Yeah.
What if we returned the rights to George?
What if we return the rights to the Polish?
The Polish. They can handle it. And then Tough can appear.
Yeah,
and get...
Tough Voyaging can show up in... It's Tough Voyaging, everyone, in the 4th season of A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. He's shown up to terraform planet Oz.
What if Warner Brothers Disney decides to just, cancel all the Game of Thrones projects and just make 19 seasons of Tough Voyaging instead? Or Wildcards?
I am there for it.
What if they make Night of the Cooters 2, The Cootening? All things are possible.
What if they adapt Fever Dream into 17 movies?
Now that would be a fever dream.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, on the topic of future Duncan Egg stories, sorry to interrupt. It dawned on me during my reread of A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms that I think George was planting the seeds for Duncan Egg to play a role in a Bracken Blackwood war.
Yeah.
I think that's there.
Yeah.
Because he meets Otho Bracken, and then he has this little interaction with him where he's a bit of a dick, and then later on we just keep hearing about it, and then they're gonna steer north. I don't know. I just feel like George was planning that at some point, and I wanted to mention that.
Yeah, there's a bunch of speculation around. I think The Village Hero is the working title of that hypothetical Riverlands Bracken book, which I guess might also involve Dunk going to Pennytree, which would be interesting.
Yeah.
Because that's where Arlan was from. And and that could be an opportunity to learn more about Arlan and to perhaps complicate the character of Arlan.
Knock him off that high stool he has midway up the good chaotic quadrant.
Yeah. And there is the She-Wolves of Winterfell novella, which was going to be the 4th novella, but which was not completed. Although George apparently got close to publishing that one, apparently. And that was to involve a succession dispute in the north for Winterfell, which could have been interesting. Because, at the end of the Mystery Night, they decided to go to the Wall, right?
Yeah, well, they say they're gonna go there.
And I like that idea of what if Dunk found his father there. It would be interesting if we maybe found out something about Dunk's parents. I mean, the lame thing to do would be to say, oh, he was the bastard son of a High Lord, and he has
He's
this
secretly
whole
an
blah, blah, blah."
Umber.
Like, I still want him to be a
He's just
low-born peasant.
Yeah.
I want him to be just Dunk, but it still could potentially be interesting to learn something about who his
Yeah.
parents were.
Well, yeah, it's an interesting story. Someone who's like resigned himself to the fact that he'll never know anything about his parents, finally finding something out in a very unexpected place. I think that is an interesting story to tell.
And presumably there could be Dunk and Egg novellas about the Blackfire rebellions that they fight in.
Yeah.
Is it the third or the fourth?
Yeah, George wanted to tell the story of these guys' entire lives.
And it all ends at Summerhall. And I suspect we'll never know the details of it, but I would love to know what went down at Summerhall and what Egg did that led to all those deaths in fire, and that would be a heartbreaking ending to the Dunk and Egg series if George Martin got to write it.
I think that these characters and this setting are so wonderful and iterable that, like, you could write, like, any author, like, the copyright notwithstanding, could write an adventure between this guy and his squire who becomes the king, like, and their lives go through such changes that you could have, like, any setting you wanted. George has, like, created some of the most malleable, explorable characters in fiction, I think. And, like, if he just did a little bit more, like, we could be talking about a Sherlock Holmes level of cultural staying power.
Yeah, I think if they play their cards right with A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, it really could have many seasons and many stories. I mean, one of the issues with the TV show is that Dexter Sol Ansel, the actor playing Egg, is growing up, and so that's gonna limit the timeline. You can't pretend that he's a boy when his voice breaks and he becomes taller than Peter Claffey.
That's fine, because I think that the novellas appear to be going, like, 1 year at a time, roughly.
Well, George did talk about jumping back and writing about their adventures in Dawn.
Which sounds great. It sounds like great fun. And we'd love to see their time in Old Town as well, where they meet Aemon.
So George did talk about doing it non-linearly.
Which is fine, yeah.
Just to complicate things a little bit more. Because there are these mentions of these adventures in the South, like fighting pirates.
And their experience with Lady Vaith in Dawn.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, you can do all sorts of stuff. There's all sorts of possibilities. So yeah, I think A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, I think it has a lot of potential. I think kind of everything rides on Pete Claffey and Dexter Sol Ansel. I mean, no pressure. Yeah. I loved the way Pete Claffey was talking in the media at Comic-Con about, like, his intense anxiety being dunked.
Aww.
And he had a panic attack, whereas Dexter Sol Ansel was very gung-ho about the whole thing.
That's very Aegon.
But yeah, I think that as long as those performances and those relationships work, I think that the show could be great and could go on a bunch.
Yeah.
Depending on who buys Warner Brothers Discovery.
I love that corporate mergers are relevant to all of that.
I wish art was separable from business also.
George Martin's Martini says Glunk and Schleg. Don't know if it's a theory, but it always seemed obvious to me that Davos will betray or at least abandon him. I assume Stannis is the him there. Probably because Stannis went too forward with the sacrifices. Also, how did Robb kind of forget about the Mountain Clans and Neck?
I think that Davos loves Stannis too much to abandon him.
Yep.
I think that Stannis...
like Crescent.
I think that Stannis will... Yes. I think Stannis will abandon Davos before Davos abandons Stannis. Also, like, Davos is on the other side of the north at the moment.
Yeah, and not for nothing, Stannis does abandon Davos in the show.
Yeah, and George Martin has said that Stannis will burn Shireen in the books.
So presumably,
well.
like, Stannis knows that Davos wouldn't abide by that, so he has to abandon him.
I don't know if Davos and Stannis will ever see each other again. Like in the show.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll ever see each other again. In the book, Davos is busy wrestling with unicorns to find Rickon Stark for Wyman Manderley, which is the best subplot that I will never forgive D&D for forgetting.
Of course.
Kind of forgot about.
It really pisses me off in the show that not only does Davos, like, not, like, do anything after Stannis dies, when he finds out that Melisandre burnt Shireen, he doesn't reevaluate Stannis at all. He doesn't have to grapple with that. It pisses me off so much.
Yeah, he pins it all on Melisandre.
And Melisandre doesn't even... He's not like, oh, it was Stannis' fault. Like, I had to do it. Because, I mean, Stannis did want to do it. He was... Well, the want.
Well, that's the thing. Like the later seasons of Game of Thrones, it never felt like they were actually trying to investigate the characters.
Yeah.
It just felt like they were trying to concoct conflict to push the plot forward.
Yes.
That was the problem with the later seasons of Game of Thrones. None of it felt like character
Motivated.
driven.
Yeah. Things just happened.
Yeah. Especially with bloody Kit and Amelia. Anyway. How did...
Best season ever!
Best season ever! How did Robb forget about the mountain clans and the neck? I mean, I think that's a good point. I mean, he remembered the neck in book 3. The mountain clans only came into the picture when Jon Snow suggested that Stannis got them involved. I mean, things were a lot more dire in the north in book 5 than they were in those early books.
The answer to your question is that George didn't write about it. He didn't think of it by then.
Yeah.
They didn't exist when Robb was dealing with them. I mean, Bran interacts with the mountain clans in book 2.
Yeah, 2 or 3. 2 or 3.
3. It's
3.
3.
Yeah, no,
because they leave
definitely
Winterfell
3.
at the end of book 2.
Yeah, definitely 3.
So it's 3.
But yes.
Yeah.
I love the mountain clans.
Yeah, they're great
Big
folk.
bucket wool.
What's not to love?
But I agree
they love
that
the
like
Ned. I love the Ned.
I think that Robb should be as or more politically educated than Jon is, you know? Because
Yeah.
Robb was the heir to Winterfell.
Yes.
Ned would have educated Robb as much or more than Jon.
And Maester Luwin as well.
So I agree. It does seem a bit silly that Jon is aware of them and Robb never mentions them. But
Well,
you know,
Jon is up there. Miranda Ander says, "Hey Glidus-Schwifto, long-time video enjoyer, first-time stream catcher. Gotta have a big net. Just want to say Rohan did nothing wrong, and if she did, it would be okay. And if it wasn't okay, I'm fine with it."
If we pardoned everyone with cute freckles and a snub nose, what would the justice system be, huh? Can't get away with everything just because you got freckles and a snub nose.
Nah, I reckon we do it. Brandon says, "Shifty and Swifty, I love you guys." Excuse me, am I not in the room?
Oh my goodness.
Can each of us tell you how you'd write Tweety Wow?
I love the idea that people think that this conversation between Alt-Shift-X and Glidus is actually a conversation between Alt-Shift-X and Alt-Shift-X. Which one of us do you think is Alt-Shift? Do they think is Alt-Shift-X?
Well, if I put on in the Game of Thrones...
Oh my god, it's like he's in the room!
In the Game of Thrones books...
Glidus, how would you write The Winds of Winter?
I'd start from the middle and go out.
You'd like alternate.
Yeah.
You'd like write one page back, then one page forwards.
I find it's easier to eat when the ink isn't on the page yet, actually.
I would just take a large cup of Shade of the Evening, enter a feverish whirlwind of writing, and emerge the other side sopping wet with ink.
You think George hasn't tried that?
You know how like there's the description of all the things that Sam Tarly is subjected to in an attempt to turn him into a warrior?
Yeah.
I guarantee that George Martin has tried every one of those things to make himself into someone who can write The Winds of Winter, you know? Like, I'm sure he's bathed in the blood of an aurochs and slept in
The
chainmail.
Oryx went extinct 300 years ago.
Well, if he reckons he can bring back the direwolf, I'm sure he's tried the aurochs as well. Some kind of bovine blood will do. I don't think I can write The Winds of Winter.
No, but
I think
ChatGPT could.
Oh goodness. Look, if George can't write The Winds of Winter, then I most certainly can't. I'll tell you that. I wouldn't know where to start. There's so many moving pieces.
That's the thing. Like, when I think about, who's the prologue going to be? There are like seven awesome ideas. That's the problem. He's spoiled for choice.
If you put a gun to my head, I would try to write the Jon Snow wins novel, like just from Jon's perspective.
Okay.
Or I'd try to write just the Tyrion
Or
wins
just
novel.
Daenerys.
But if you made me write the Jon and the Daenerys and the Tyrion, and then you forced me to smush them together in a way that interdependently makes sense, no, I couldn't. I
By the
would
way,
simply die.
There's also an Arianne plot and a Barristan plot and a Davos plot and everything else. Euron, Sam, everything else is going on. So just go do that.
And this is how George has described writing Winds. Like, it's not writing one novel, it's writing like 12 different novels that have to interconnect and form a larger, greater whole that is more than the sum of its parts, which sounds to me like an impossible task.
He really has created such a problem for himself.
And, like, even at the recent Comic-Con, he was saying, "Oh, maybe I shouldn't have added so many characters. Maybe when I was writing Feast, I shouldn't have added the Martells and the Ironborn. Oh, boy, maybe I made some mistakes." If I had to make a morbid prediction, I'd say that over the next few years, as The Winds of Winter continues to not be done, I would hazard a guess that George might start talking about, "Oh, yeah, I might have actually messed up a bit in Feast.
Bitten off a bit more than I could chew in those books."
I think
I know plenty about.
I think the beginning of The Winds of Winter not being finished was during the writing of Feast.
Yes.
Panda's
It
thumb.
was around the third Ironborn POV.
The time when The Winds of Winter truly started not starting
When he
was
wrote the
in
words
2005.
Victarion 1. It was sealed.
Panda's Thumb says, "I've been wanting to ask you opinion on this for ages and finally caught a stream. Do you think Robb Stark should have addressed Baelon as king right away rather than offering him a crown? Would that have changed anything? Also, Map Men stream when?"
Are we map men now?
I think that Baelon was an idiot. I guess like in the moment, Baelon is offended that Robb is offering a crown rather than Baelon getting to take a crown.
I don't think he was going to ally with Robb one way or the other.
Yeah, it's weird. Baelon was being impulsive and emotional and crotchety and proud, and I think maybe if Robb approached him in the right way, he might have been able to play it right. I think that Theon was the wrong person.
Yeah,
is part of the issue.
Well, who's he supposed to send? Maybe send someone else along with Theon.
If Robb went there personally...
Oh my god.
Then it could have happened. Or he would have just immediately been taken hostage and sold to the Lannisters.
Yeah.
If Catelyn went.
But Catelyn was busy.
She was so busy.
Had to go talk to Renly and Stannis, I guess.
I think there's probably a world in which a Greyjoy-Stark alliance could have worked. Because Baelon was being... extraordinarily stupid.
You know what it is?
What?
Marry Theon to Sansa. Or, well, you don't have Sansa at the time.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah, I wonder what Baelon would have made
make
of
that promise.
Yeah. I think that... You think Baelon would have, like, dropped his preference for Asher and... Well, he doesn't necessarily have to do that. But
yeah, Theon doesn't have to be the heir for that alliance to mean something.
Yeah.
In fact, it could, like, later mean a Greyjoy as the Lord of Winterfell.
Yeah. Yeah. No, they could have done it.
But it's complicated because Robb doesn't have Sansa at the time.
Well, if he just made a fake Sansa.
Ah!
If he just got Jane Poole and dyed her hair red.
Of course.
Could have solved everything. RJJ Tolkien says, "How's it, dudes?
Hello.
Been listening for years. Thanks for your content. Much love from the Grand Canyon. Question for you
How
both.
can you hear us from down there?
Who is... Well, there's an echo. Who is your favorite Martell?" Well, it's not Quentin.
It's Oberyn. Sorry. I was going to think about it a lot, and then it was just Oberyn.
I quite like Aerion because,
Me too.
like, Aerion is kind of a dunderhead, but she's quite likable from her POV.
She's very fun.
She's a little bit evil the way that she manipulates Aris Oakheart and, like, uses Myrcella as a pawn. But a lot of her feelings, I think, are quite relatable and sympathetic. So I like how sort of complicated she is. And I think that she wins us over in, like, not many chapters, you know?
Yeah.
Because Arion's a new character. We haven't spent as much time with her as we have with Jon and Daenerys and Tyrion, but I think George does a pretty good job of getting us to care about Aerion in a fairly short amount of time.
That's true, but unfortunately for Aerion, Pedro Pascal plays Oberyn Martell in Game of Thrones, and I simply cannot divorce my opinion of him from that fact.
Yeah, he's one of the funnest performances in Game of Thrones.
Yes, he's very charming.
I wonder who would have been cast as Aerion if she was in the TV show. Who could do it? I don't know.
I don't know enough actors.
Thank you, Wumpini Fusini, who says, Hi, Shawaxies and Glyrax. Where do you both think Schwift's great grunkle Alt-Shift-X ranks in the alignment? I say chaotic good. Love the work. I think that Alt-Shift-X is nothing if not a square who loves spreadsheets and citations.
That's true. I've seen him convert footnotes into endnotes.
I don't even know what those things are.
A citation in a YouTube video about Game of Thrones. Who does that?
I think Alt-Shift-X is very lawful and does not have the imagination, nay, the courage to do, say, a 3-hour stream about horses, you know?
That is true. And as we know, that is a social good, and refusing to do it is evil. So I think we can confidently put Alt-Shift-X in the lawful evil quadrant. Say
Lawful
around
evil.
where Craster is, or Victarion Greyjoy.
Well, a bit worse, because he did make that Euron equals Dario
That's
video.
true. And he left Oberyn out of the top 10 fighters.
There isn't enough evil on this chart to place Alt-Shift-X.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Also the cassowary thing. And he's been chaining you up in the basement for a very long time.
Well, he only cuffs me in the ear when I deserve it. Thank you, Peter Pimples Palfrey, who
It's
says,
quite insolent.
Gludus, you used the phrase, I'm
sniffing
sniffing
what
what
you're
you're
shitting."
shitting. In your first theory stream with Schwaft, and I just wanted you to know that that phrase has become part of my everyday vernacular, semicolon. And people are upset with me.
Good.
Peter Pimples Palfrey, can I congratulate you for your deployment of the semicolon?
That is
there?
a tactfully deployed semicolon.
We don't see a lot of semicolons in these donations.
Yeah.
And
I'd like to
I'm
see
impressed.
some M dashes as well. AI has monopolized the M dash, and I think we need to fight back.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind an N dash either. I think that they can be used.
Nothing wrong with an N dash either.
Isn't it N dash that the AI uses? Because M dash is longer than N dash.
I thought it was the M dash.
I think I'm because M dash is the one that makes contact with the characters on either side. Almost. Whereas N dash is the shorter one. I think that people are saying M dash, but what they actually mean is N dash. I know that this is the most persnickety bullshit.
What's
we've
the
ever
one
talked
that's
about.
alt code 0151? That's the one I'm talking about.
You know the code
Of
for it?
course I know the alt. You think I'm going to Google M dash and paste it into my document every time I need to? Of course I know the alt code.
M dash is the longer one. N dash is the shorter
I
one.
knew that, but I thought N dash was like shorter than what I was thinking of.
All right, we're gonna have a dash stream. Do you want to? No, I actually.
we are going to rank punctuation.
Actually, want to do a punctuation ranking.
Oh,
live
character
stream.
alignment.
Character alignment.
Yeah, because
It's a
they're
character.
characters.
Oh, that's awesome.
But also, I feel like some of them do have more good and evil and chaotic and
Yeah.
lawful applications.
Well, I mean, every letter of the alphabet as well,
Of
obviously.
course. Okay, well, square that one away later.
Where are we ranking the Interrobang? Extreme chaotic,
Very
extreme good. That would be awesome. Oh, there's our next live stream.
I thought we were going to do the... We already have our next... Don't tell them, but we already have our next live stream planned.
Catlin's Cranium compares Aerion Brightflame to Kanye West. Interesting.
Let's see where this goes.
Aerion Brightflame's helmet walks the line of epic and silly. It's very on character. It reminds me of celebrities wearing ridiculous outfits. Also, Kanye would definitely drink wildfire.
Okay, probably.
Yeah, no, I can't disagree with any of this. Thank you, Tiny Circle Committee, who says, Hi, Alt Schwumpen X and Glimbu.
Boo.
Boo! When will you add horses to the morality
We
chart?
were talking about that before the stream.
Thunder saves Dunk's ass several times.
That's out of self-preservation, though.
Well, I thought it was a bit self-sacrificing, because
Nah,
if Dunk
Dunk take care of him.
dies, Thunder would be fine if Dunk died.
Yeah.
He would be looked after by some other knight. Well, maybe not as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like, because Dunk does take unusually good care of his horses, so
but-
it is in Thunder's self-interest to keep Dunk
Thunder
alive.
trusts and loves Dunk.
Maester is chaotic just because Maester wears that hat.
Well, he's a mule. He's base-born.
Sweetfoot is lawful because Sweetfoot's kind of predictable and comfortable.
And Chestnut's a dunderhead. We can't really rank... Oh, hang on. Yeah, Chestnut.
Well, Chestnut died, and that's a bit chaotic. I've never done that.
Yeah, a lawful person would never die.
Alt Sherma X says, thanks for the stream. How about that Silk Song score?
It's pretty wonderful, yes.
What kind of music is it?
It's all like in the fantasy classical-ish style.
It's all notes in it.
Yeah.
It's all doodle-doos.
If you really want the long and short of it, it's all diatonic.
Diatonic?
It's all in a key. It has a time signature. It's non-diegetic most of the time. Some of it is diegetic, which is cool.
There's diegetic music in Silksong?
There is, yeah.
I really feel sorry for the majority of people in the stream who don't know what diegetic or Silksong are.
Me too.
But that's another stream.
Yeah.
Jason says, do you think Rhaegar could have beat Robert with Blackfire? You mean Rhaegar Targaryen fighting Robert Baratheon if Rhaegar had a Valyrian steel blade?
I believe that is the question, yes.
Probably? Do you think that a Valyrian steel blade could just, like, cut through Robert's Warhammer?
It's sort of unclear exactly what George means by the properties of Valyrian steel.
Yeah. I feel like it wouldn't cut through. I mean, is Robert's Warhammer made of metal, or does it have a wooden haft?
I believe it's made of metal.
Yeah. Well, I don't imagine a Valyrian steel blade cutting through a metal Warhammer haft. But does it need to do that? No. I mean, look, Robert's Warhammer, it's going to be slower than a lot of other weapons, like a blade, especially a light Valyrian steel blade. So I imagine if Rhaegar really is as skilled as everyone says, I reckon Rhaegar would have a decent chance of beating Robert Baratheon. Not impossible, but possible.
I think it's still in Robert's favor, because, like, if you're hitting him with, like... He's already beating him with a sword. And he's already going to be slower. So that means that Robert beats Rhaegar when he's slower. So, I don't know. I think we just don't know enough about these characters and the weapons to effectively power scale them in the way that people want to.
Rhaegar also doesn't really have any feats.
Yeah, what are his
combat.
feats?
Like, everyone says that he's good at stuff, but reputation doesn't necessarily align with reality. Thank you, Tiny Circle Committee. Thank you, first name, last name, who says Baelor was Daeron's hand and there was lots of peace. There sure was.
That's true.
Except for that Blackfire Rebellion.
Yeah, well, that's not his fault.
That's one of those weird, like, metatextual things about the Hedge Knight, is that George hadn't thought of the Blackfire Rebellions yet. So
yeah, they were living in a peaceful time where there had just been a huge, massive war.
Because Ira Parker for the Night of the Seven Kingdoms show is talking about, the Targaryens are in decline. It's a politically uncertain time. Whereas in the Hedge Knight novella, it's saying that this is an unusually peaceful and optimistic time. And then George came up with the Blackfire backstory. Thank you, Paladinium21, who says, hi, Glimbo and Swifto.
Hello.
How does it feel knowing that if your collabs had happened sooner, we would have a whole Tumblr fandom of romantic Glidus X, Alt Schwift X fanfic about you guys? Much love from Brazil.
Perhaps a bit too much love.
My goodness.
Yeah, how does that feel?
Look, I try not to look on AO3, you know? I would prefer not to know what's going on in everybody's fevered imaginations.
Good advice.
Yeah.
I'll keep it to myself then. Fine. Rumor3553 says, I can't believe you didn't place the 3 horses.
We just did.
We just talked about that.
We just did.
Come on, keep up 2 hours ago. Chief Jester says, thanks for the endless entertainment and insight. Believe you me, there is an end.
Is there?
Yeah, I've got to go at some point.
Oh my goodness. Yash Trehan says, need a Maekar to correct at least one guy and save fewer.
Absolutely.
Maekar is like one tooth grind away from just becoming Stannis. Thank you, Disco Grass, great name, who says, greetings, Glunk the Small and Schweg the Unlikely. The Kennedy-Targ comparison got me thinking about Rosemary Kennedy and Rhaegal.
Oh.
So I was wondering, which Targaryens were truly mad, and which do you consider to just have disabilities or just quirky, etc.? I feel completely confident that I am not qualified to distinguish between truly mad and disabilities and quirky. That's a whole... I don't know. But I mean, in terms of like quote-unquote crazy Targaryens, like, I mean, yeah, there is a spectrum, isn't there? Because Aerion, I think, is a bit loopy. Like, he suffers from delusions. He thinks that he's a dragon, and that's why he drinks wildfire, you know? And there's characters like the Mad King, who was properly mad. And then there's people who are just like a little bit kooky and a little bit misguided. And like, you know, I think Rhaegar is someone who perhaps suffered from some level of delusions. And it's complicated by the fact that, you know, magic prophecies are real in this world.
Well, that also was a big problem for the Kennedys.
Yeah. I don't know enough about the Kennedy family to make any kind of deep comparisons.
Oh, you don't know about the prophecy?
Well, I'm sworn to secrecy with
haven't
regards
been
to the
listening
Kennedy prophecy.
RFK's press conferences. He always mentions the prophecy.
Yeah. Well, yeah. There are. Yeah. I think there's a lot of comparisons you can draw, but I'm not qualified to make them here.
I think Maegor was just quirky. Hayden Shaw says, "Have you all ever been to a Ren fair?"
Sure. Yeah. No. I look good in pantaloons. I'll tell you that. Have you been to a Ren fair?
No, I haven't.
Never.
I've been to similar-ish things, but never a Ren fair.
You've never done axe throwing or.
I have done axe throwing, but it was at one of those modern places.
Yeah, the modern ones aren't quite as fun. They really play it fast and loose with safety with regards to axe throwing in my experience.
Good.
But it's like that just makes it more real.
Exactly.
That's how you play the finger dance. Thank you, Heart of the Eagle, who says, "Thank you for the best content on the internet. Love everything you guys do, and life is better with you in it."
What do you think is the best thing you've ever produced?
One time I cooked a chicken parmesan that actually saved a marriage. So I'm going to say it's that.
Wow.
Yeah. What about you?
One Night in Bravos.
Yeah, there's not enough love for some of your like musical productions, I think. That's on the Glimbus channel, right?
Yeah, of course.
Hell yeah.
My greatest regret in life is not telling George that I produced a One Night in Bangkok parody of based on a Cyvass game in Bravos from the musical Chess.
We finished the Jon Snow rap like the day before we met George R. R. Martin, and we
Yeah.
thought about, should we mention that we just published a rap song about Jon Snow to George, and we decided it might feel like a bit much.
We'll see if it comes up
know?
naturally.
If he asks about
Yeah, so
our raps,
you
then
boys
maybe.
released any rap songs?
I just like, because like if it came up that he might politely say, "Oh, can I listen to it?" It's like 7 minutes long, and I think that they're actually it's an actual nightmare of mine. If we sat there listening to George R. R. Martin, listening to my cringe rap for 7 minutes, I think I might actually die.
But then he gets to the hook, and it's actually fucking sick. So he'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah, no, my heart couldn't take it.
Yeah, I'm very glad that didn't happen.
The best content that I've ever made is Thing Big, Thing Small, and I don't think
true.
I'll ever produce such an elegant piece of silliness
But in Game
again.
of Thrones, Iron Throne Small.
Throne Small. C&T Connoisseur says,
Genius.
off topic and hot take, Jaime is funnier than Tyrion. He'll also be Bran's Hand of the King. He's the Golden Hand.
All true.
Jaime doesn't try as hard as Tyrion
Yeah.
does. Like Tyrion, like has his self-worth in his little barbs and his little comedies, and he's trying. Whereas Jaime, some of Jaime's funniest burns are just thoughts in his head. He doesn't even say it. Jaime's not trying to persuade people of anything. He's just being witty in his head, which is kind of more charismatic and less cringe.
Tyrion is cringe, isn't he? Richard Hollister says, "Hello, Glishoots and Schlatters. Just wanted to shout out my buddy Jordan, who finally read the ASOIAF series. Well done, Jordan."
And now your watch begins. Welcome to the waiting room, Jordan.
Come, share our fire.
Thank you, Benjamin Brown, who says, "Holy shit, I caught a live stream. Just stoked."
We're stoked too, Benjamin. Hayden Shaw's back and says, "Have you all read Fever Dream? I'm reading it for spooky season. Some lovely food descriptions in it."
In it.
Still haven't. I know I said last stream that I would. Haven't yet.
Yeah, it is crazy that we haven't read it
Maybe
yet.
next Halloween. Maybe next spooky season.
At the moment, I'm reading The Long Walk by Stephen King, because that movie just came out, and I got curious. And they've been walking for this entire novel
That's
so
crazy.
far. I'm like a third of the way in. They're still just walking. I'm starting to think that they're going to walk for this whole goddamn novel.
That sounds about right.
A whole novel of just walking?
You ever
That's
read Lord of the
crazy.
Rings?
True.
You ever read Brienne, A Feast for Crows?
Similar.
I was going to say it.
I can't. It's actually shocking that doesn't happen more often.
It's like our voices touched.
I insist you go ahead,
Okay,
Glidus.
thank you. Jonah Harris says, "Thank you both for so many hours of hilarious content and thought-provoking analysis."
Thank you, Jonah Harris, for
You can read them.
$9.99.
You can read the next one.
Kaylee says, do you think George will write another novella in the Duncan Egg series before the TV show catches up to the third book? Well, George Martin did say that he would do that, but he also said he'd finish The Winds of Winter before 2016. So what does that say?
George does love saying things. I think maybe he's learned by now to not make any more promises like that.
He hasn't promised it, but he did, like, I think last year say, "Ooh, I'd better write more Duncan Egg before the show catches up." So he has actually recently said that he'd write more Duncan Egg.
And the thing is, like, he's apparently sitting on, like, one unpublished novella, like, one almost published novella.
I think if Stephen King just gave George some of his emergency writing cocaine, I reckon George could knock out, like, 3 Duncan Egg novellas in a week. With the right chemical motivation, I think it could happen.
I wouldn't want to do that to George.
Whatever he's into. Kaylee also says, thank you for uploading these streams to Spotify. Yeah, you can listen to all of the Old Shift X Glidus streams on podcast apps, ad-free, for free. That means that we make no money from it, but you know, thanks to your kind donations and such,
that's more than we would have made from a lifetime of your views.
Yeah, so if you want to listen to it just as audio, you can do that on the podcast feeds linked in the description.
It's not live though, so it's just not the same.
It's not the same.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jordan Herstig, who says, how much of Dunk's morals are him, and how much was training? Are you a knight because you're Dunk, or are you Dunk because you're a knight? Much love, by the way. Yeah, well, what comes first, the Dunk or the egg, you know? Thank you. Yeah, I mean, you can ask all day, you know, are we who we are because of our choices or because of our circumstances? Mewtwo would have one opinion, and Darwin would have another.
Two equally grounded philosophers.
Most certainly.
I thought you were going to pick a different Pokemon at random.
Who's the most deterministic Pokemon?
Porygon?
Rotom?
Yeah, something along those lines. Maybe like Alakazam.
We need to rank every Pokemon on like a determinism. Well, I mean, what's the proper like philosophical term for like agency and choice and personal? I don't know what the right term is. Someone smart tell us.
We do need to rank all of them on their approach to the problem of Eagle, though.
Doesn't every Pokemon exist on a spectrum between Kierkegaard and Kant?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you, King Uncaged, who says, if you were sent back in time to save the world by getting A Song of Ice and Fire finished, and given absolute editing power, which plotlines / characters would you cut? Ironborn and Dawn.
Unfortunately.
It's the only, like, neat way to do it. Because, like, in Feast, George Martin made a decision, I'm going to introduce these whole new families, these whole new plotlines. I mean, not entirely new. He was, you know,
yeah,
intending
Oberyn
this to some
existed,
extent.
Asher existed.
But I think you can make a pretty good argument that, you know, by sending Quentin Martell off to Dawn and by introducing Ariane, I think that is a large part of what derailed A Song of Ice and Fire, in my opinion, from what I know. That's the vibe I get.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree.
And George Martin has alluded, like, George Martin has almost said as much, you know? So, that's what I reckon.
Rachel says, hi Glim, Gary, Glimbus, and bold shit sex. Love from Perth, a big fan of your silly charts and fun chemistry. Cheers, ears.
Cheers, ears. Thank you, Austin, who says, hey, Mr. Shot.
Wow.
Your 7-hour theory vid was a big help when I had insomnia years back. Hoping it's monetized since I put it on so many times, Lamau. Cheers.
Is that video monetized?
I hope so too. If you want to support us, one of the best ways to do that is Patreon. Like,
that is true.
If you chuck us some dollars on Patreon, that's worth a lot more than what a whole lot of YouTube views is worth.
Yes.
But obviously, not everyone has $10 to throw at silly dragon people, so, you know, we just appreciate your listening.
Yeah, it really does mean the world.
Thank you, Disco Grass, who says, Aerion's first POV chapter. Quote, on all levels, except physical, I am a dragon. Roar! Oh, that was good.
Not really. I've done better.
Thank you, Thank you, Mewan Maracamba 2478, who says, love how close Ariane and Miri are girl bosses.
So true.
Surely
so
Miri's
true.
more evil than Ariane.
Ah, look
surely.
at the chart.
It's different.
Look at the chart.
Yeah, well, it's different though because Ariane tries to start a war whereas Miri tries to murder an unborn baby, maybe, which is all a bit different. It's a scale thing again. It's a scale thing again.
The chart doesn't lie.
Thank you, Kubaspiak5387, who says, Swiftosaurus and Glimboceratops, thank you for hours and hours of great content that gave me so much fun.
Aww.
Have you thought that you view A Song of Ice and Fire world via today's optics that makes you see it as unjust and cruel to women? Love ye. Yeah, I mean...
Am I supposed to pretend that I'm reading it in the 12th century?
Some people argue that, like, ooh, you should judge Westeros by medieval morals, not by modern morals. To which I say, well, Westeros isn't medieval. It's contemporary literature, written now by a modern person, read by modern people, and also Westeros isn't medieval Europe. It's made up.
Westeros.
It's made up.
The author chose to make the setting the way he did. So let's analyze those choices. Let's dig into what he's saying about that setting.
And, like, you know, I don't think it's, like, invalid to say, you know, maybe consider the context of the characters in the world. I mean, like we're saying, like trying to compare the morality of someone born into an Ironborn culture versus someone born into a Reach culture, like, yeah, you've got to, like, take their world into consideration. So, look, it is complicated. I think there is no easy answer. But I think that George Martin didn't write A Song of Ice and Fire to critique medieval feudalism. I think he wrote A Song of Ice and Fire to consider power and heroism and romanticism in our real world.
As those things apply to our current reality.
And also, I think, reaching for something universal, because there are truths and there are feelings, I think, that can apply to all situations, because there are some constants in the human experience. I think that's part of what art is about.
That's what the heightened realities of genres like science fiction and fantasy are the best at illustrating, because, like, you remove the setting and all that's left is characters. It's just humans.
Yeah, sometimes I think the whole point of genre is to help us to look at our reality from outside. I mean, it's like what Rod Serling did, is that Rod Serling wanted to write about, like, contemporary American issues of war and race, and the TV networks didn't let him because it was controversial. So Rod Serling made his stories about space aliens and alternate historical periods instead, which, like, it obfuscated, like, it took a step away from reality, but only as a vantage point to comment on reality. You know?
Going even further back, War of the Worlds was H.G. Wells' commentary on anti-imperialist thought, because, like, in the opening pages, he compares what's about to happen in the alien invasion of planet Earth by the Martians to the Tasmanian genocide.
Yeah.
These genres have always existed to... Well, not existed to... It's fiction, it can exist for any reason, but, you know, the application of it can be to illuminate critiques of what currently is.
Yeah, art is never separable from our current realities, but also it is valid and okay to enjoy fantasy as fantasy.
Of course.
It also is valid and okay to just imagine what if there was an alien and it did a dance with a sentient cucumber. Like, that's cool too. Like I don't ever want to be sitting here telling people what the only correct way to interpret art is. I don't ever want to tell people that they're wrong for enjoying something the wrong way. But I can also tell you that George Martin is reflecting his own experience and what he observes of the world around him. And this business with knights and dragons is it's not just about knights and dragons. Wampini Fusini says, full fake Jon Snow on YouTube when? So, for context, Glidus and I made a 22-hour-long video about Jon Snow.
One of the more normal things we did last year, actually.
One of many extremely normal things we did. And you can watch the fake Jon Snow 22-hour video on Nebula, or on the Glidus Patreon.
That's true.
Or on the Alt-Shift-X Patreon, which I hacked. Don't tell Alt-Shift-X.
He doesn't know how to delete it. It's very funny.
But what do you think about a full fake Jon Snow on YouTube, Glidus?
The fake Jon Snow will... Oh, I can't make promises because of how copyright works and how YouTube uploads works, but it is my intention to put the fake Jon Snow on YouTube. It will not be full, though.
Yeah, there'll be a version of the fake Jon Snow.
To the people who have challenged me on this, YouTube, like, there are workarounds, but they don't want you to upload videos that are longer than 12 hours.
The conversations we had with Nebula to get them to let us to upload a 22.5-hour video to Nebula, like that, there were genuinely people concerned that we might do, like, structural damage to the server architecture and such. Like there were some very serious meetings about whether or not we could be allowed to inflict the fake Jon Snow video upon Nebula, and we're lucky that we did without destroying any data centers.
And on Patreon, it's up in 3 separate parts, so they didn't have to deal with that.
Yeah, Patreon.
But on Nebula, we just wanted the prestige of having a stupidly long video.
Like, I mean, it's definitely the longest video on Nebula, right?
Yeah,
like,
I think,
wonder.
yes.
Yeah. So yeah, the fake Jon Snow is a special and silly video, and
it will come to YouTube. I will try to let it come to YouTube at some point in some form.
You know,
I would like to do it soon.
On the Alt-Shift-X Patreon, you can actually listen to the fake Jon Snow as an audio podcast. I think that may actually be an exclusive feature to the Alt-Shift-X Patreon. You'd better get that set up on the Glidus Patreon, Glidus.
Shit. Well, on the Glidus
I'll show you
Patreon,
how. I'll show you how.
You can just purchase the fake Jon Snow as its own thing.
That's true.
Independent of, like, becoming my patron. So if you don't want a monthly fee, like, you can just buy the fake Jon Snow and listen to it whenever, you know.
That's true. Just to make things more complicated, there
There's
are,
so
in
many
fact,
different ways to
slightly
experience it.
different distribution models of this 22-hour-long video on the respective Patreons of Glidus and Alt-Shift-X, who, again, to remind you, is not me. I merely hacked into the Alt-Shift-X Patreon. I'm Alt-Shift-X. We are sorry that this is complicated.
Well, I think it's fitting that content creation around the most confusing franchise in modern literature is equally incomprehensible.
Anonymous says, "Hi, Glunder the Good Witch and Alt-Schwift Elf. Thank you for your streams. Thoughts on JonCon unintentionally giving his son Fagon grayscale, driving JonCon to madness before both of their deaths." So in the books, there's a character called Jon Connington who is trying to make a character called Young Griff King of Westeros. JonCon thinks that Young Griff is the son of Rhaegar. We suspect that he might actually be a Blackfire, someone different. JonCon has a disease called grayscale.
It's what Jorah Mormont has in Game of Thrones.
And it's contagious. And JonCon is hiding the fact that he has that disease in the books. And so, yeah, I don't know. Maybe JonCon will accidentally infect Young Griff with the disease. And that would be very, very upsetting to JonCon, because his life's goal is to get Young Griff on the throne.
Yeah. And, like, he's basically living vicariously through, like, love for Rhaegar via his son, or supposed son.
It really, really interests me that, you know, JonCon talks about his trauma from the Battle of the Bells, and the bells, the ringing is something that, like, drives him a bit nutty. And in Game of Thrones Season 8, Episode 5, there's a bell that's ringing before the burning of King's Landing, and the name of the episode is The Bells. And so, like a lot of people, it makes me wonder if JonCon might be involved in causing the fire in King's Landing in the books, if that happens.
Yeah, and if maybe grayscale can spread via fire, like, I don't know, smoke carries it in the air, like, maybe that will be... Like, a lot of people also theorize that JonCon is going... And also Shireen being burned will contribute to the spread of the Grey Plague across Westeros.
Or maybe they'll burn King's Landing to prevent the spread of grayscale. I don't think I've thought of that or heard that before, but, like, that would be kind of logical. I mean, in The Swan Sword, they talk about how Bloodraven burned, like, a quarter of King's Landing to stop the spread of the spring sickness. So by the same logic, maybe someone will decide to burn King's Landing to stop the grayscale spreading.
Maybe.
I think that would feel kind of weird. I mean, the fire is so weird because there are so many different people with so many different reasons why they might burn King's Landing.
And there are many different mechanisms by which they could burn King's Landing as well.
The wildfire.
Dragonfire, that's about it.
Daenerys might do it. Tyrion might do it. JonCon might be involved.
Cersei might do it.
Yeah. So the fire is one big giant mystery.
Like, there's never been a bigger Chekhov's gun. King's Landing is going to burn at some point.
Yeah.
But we have no idea of fucking why or who.
The problem is, like, whoever's responsible for it, it kind of deprives all the other potential
exactly.
characters of having a really important
It's another
moment.
mirror and he's not. Like, how George has to weigh up who has the most right to that plot point.
It's like, isn't there like a mystery, like a murder mystery where it turns out that all of the suspects were responsible for the murder? I might be making this up, but like, what if there's a murder mystery
sounds
where
very
it turns
fun.
out that all the suspects are actually equally culpable and they all did something which contributed to the death, Like, it could be like that with the
Sounds
fire.
like a really confusing court trial.
Turns out that everyone's responsible for the political collapse of this state.
Dunk's rope belt says, "Hi, Switzerland and Gligapagos
Gligapagos.
Gligapagos Islands." Sorry, that's really confusing. If Duncan Egg book/show does a time skip and gets to Dunk's later years, what character would you want to see? Bumping into a 16-year-old Tywin at a brothel or seeing a young, buff Wyman Manderley would be funny.
When was Summerhall? It was like 269 AC or something.
Yeah, something like that.
So I
262?
don't think we'll see. Well, all right. When was Tywin born? Like 250. Yeah. So I guess there could be a teenage
Yeah.
Tywin or a young buff Wyman Manderley. Sounds fantastic.
I think it'd be very funny. So Walder Frey, like Lord Walder Frey from Game of Thrones, is in the Mystery Knight. He's a snot-nosed little brat on Lord Frey's lap. He's a dick, and Dunk keeps noting that he's a dick. He's a little bastard boy. I think it'd be really funny if throughout Dunk's life he keeps having to deal with Walder Frey.
Just keeps turning up and ruining his day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to know what people think happened to Bloodraven in this era. Because Bloodraven like goes to the wall, becomes Lord Commander, then disappears,
mysterious,
and like maybe like fathers Craster or something. But like, what do all these other people think? And like, does Bloodraven have some kind of magic connection to the Targaryens of this era? And like, I mean, of course, what's going on with Aemon would be such an interesting.
I think
question.
the characters I'm most interested in seeing through potential future Duncan Egg stories are Egg's family.
Yeah.
His brothers and his sisters, mostly Aemon and his sisters.
I hope Tanzel's doing well.
It'd be it is sort of indicated that the future of Dunk's story will take him to finding Tanzel.
And I think it is highly probable that Rohan Webber and Gerald Lannister get caught up with Duncan Egg somehow as well.
Yeah.
Bert1097 says, "Hey G and Shui, have you ever rated Garland Tyrell?
Ooh.
I feel like he could rival Brienne for lawful good." I mean, does Garland really do very much? Like, he's like nice to Sansa.
He seems nice.
He seems nice, but he doesn't like do anything. Like
he fight in the Battle of the Blackwater.
Yeah, he rides in the Blackwater and he's really good at fighting, but yeah, he doesn't really do anything. So I don't think he gets a lot of good boy points.
Willis, who has like the sort of unconventional action of becoming friends with Oberyn, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's like one line that says that they're mates, they're like pen
Right.
pals. I think Oberyn says that, and I think that he has self-interested reasons to say that. So
I don't know. Willis also seems nice.
yeah, I think those are both characters that like George has set up, but they haven't gone into action yet. They haven't been tested yet. So I think that George has plans for them, but remains to be seen what they are. Thank you, Viola Tyrant, who says, "Hello, Glydaemon and Schwaymond. Do you think that, assuming it gets finished, there will be substantial social change in Westeros by the end of the series? Like, what if the Long Night helps workers' rights in the long run, a la the Black Plague?"
Yeah, interesting idea. I think that like there'll be the dawn of social change by the end of the series.
Yeah, but one of the many, many, many things that aggravated me about Game of Thrones Season 8 was when Sam said, "Hey, what if we let the common people vote for their ruler?"
Everyone had a nice chuckle and
Everyone laughed and moved on.
Yeah.
Like, they made the idea of social change a punchline and then forgot about it, as though this show about politics could never possibly consider the possibility of social change.
What pisses me off most about that is that Drogon burns the Iron Throne.
Yeah.
He destroys it. He destroys the symbol of feudalism. He eradicates the thing that means the structure of society is like that.
Yeah.
And then in the next scene, they just make it up again. They just do it again. It's
They symbolically toppled the political order,
And then just like
but they offered nothing new or different in replacement, which is definitely not what George is going for. Like, I think that, like, weirdly, what George might be going for is that King Bran might be some kind of a magical weird situation. I mean, they allude to that, right? Because King Bran is, like, the magical three-eyed raven, and it's like,
and
is
he
this...
might have this like immortal hive mind thing going on, which definitely sounds a lot more like a George R. R. Martin ending, a la and Seven Times Never Kill Man, The Song for Leah.
Like, many of George Martin's, like, sci-fi stories have, like, these weird-ass ambiguous endings where it's like, ah, yes, and now an alien psychic hive mind is in control of the planet. Is that good? Maybe. Maybe.
Probably not, though.
Probably not, but maybe. And that feels very much like kind of what Game of Thrones Season 8 was weakly gesturing towards, was, I guess, Bran, the omniscient surveillance state wizard lord, is the government now.
Great, it's Bloodraven all over again.
And, like, they didn't have the balls to actually flesh that out or investigate that on any level whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, I think the answer is George will do something. I think George is... The whole series is very, very interested in the politics of these hierarchies, and there are elections in the books, like at the Night's Watch and at the Iron Islands,
yeah.
and so I think the idea of, like, some broadening of
social rights.
I mean, that's what Egg's story is about.
Yeah.
Egg, like, the World of Ice and Fire talks about how King Egg tries to give more rights for the peasants, and so I think that that kind of political change is one of the things that George is interested in doing. But, like, he's not going to institute a parliamentary bloody democracy, but I think that there will be some political changes.
Yeah, and comparing the Long Night to the Black Plague as like a inciting incident that kickstarts social revolution, that's a cool idea. Maybe it'll be some other plague.
Yeah. Well, grayscale could be part of it, but
yeah.
yeah, I mean, that's one of the other differences we expect between the books and the show, is that I think that the Long Night in the books will be a lot more apocalyptic. I think a lot more people will die.
It won't just last one night.
And yeah, like, something that cataclysmic could be a big opportunity for political and social change.
Yeah, from the ashes.
But, like, I don't think George is going to, like, lay out a lot of detail. I think it's going to be more ambiguous, and it's going to be more like, we hope to do this and that, and here are some vague plans, and then it ends. I don't think there's going to be, like, 17 years later, James Potter and his 3 children, Albus and Severus and Albus II, went to do the thing. Like, it's not all going to be over-explained.
Christina B says, "Hi Glidus-Schwift, so glad I'm up late. Do you think they'll work The Prince That Was Promised into a Kotsk? Hope not, but if HBO can resist." I don't know if HBO can resist.
They could give Daeron the Drunken visions about the hero and the White Walkers. They could give Bloodraven... I mean, Bloodraven in the Mystery Knight, he probably is beginning to have some inklings about some prophecies.
He's a little bit involved in this whole sorcery and magic thing, isn't he?
He dabbles. But would that make A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms a better story? Probably not, because part of the charm of Duncan Egg is that it's small scale. It's about the characters. It's not about what happens 100 years later. I think that is something that could be worked into it more as the Duncan Egg novellas go on, if the Duncan Egg novellas go on.
And hopefully in just like a sideline sort of way.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope that they don't put a big, ugly White Walker Halloween mask on screen.
Christopher says, "Have you considered that Alt-Shift-X's R+L=J video was released whilst Dexter was still gestating? I don't want to think about that."
I'm going to have to go and sit down for a while.
Is that true?
He was 10 when they started filming
God.
Duncan
Yeah,
Egg.
didn't he just turn 11?
Yeah, no, that's about...
Oh my God.
That's pretty close to bang on. My goodness.
Oh no.
That YouTube video is older than Egg. Oh shit. Egg, I dreamed I was old.
Boston Moore says, ranking ASOIAF YouTubers livestream when? Oh boy.
Well, obviously we're both in chaotic good, and everybody else is in neutral.
I don't know. Look, Fantasy Haven already did this, and he did it in a far more academic manner. He did on the Smash and Pass tier list system.
Were we Smash or Pass?
Oh no, it wasn't Smash and Pass. It was cringe and based, and we were both cringe.
We were both cringe?
Yeah.
How did he know?
I think he's observed us.
Thank you, PW Siegel, who says, Dear Gluten and Schweibnitz, a million thanks for all the superlative content. Glidus, could you convince Alt-Shift X to do a Dune Prophecy video? I know he and Schwift aren't on speaking terms.
I don't think I don't think either of the Warner Brothers themselves could convince Alt-Shift X to make a Dune Prophecy video.
Alt-Shift X did 6 live streams about Dune Prophecy with Quinn's Ideas and Nerd Cookies and the Gom Jabbar team. I think that's more than enough Dune Prophecy, if you ask me. I think the world could use a bit less Dune Prophecy, perhaps.
And a bit more Planet of the Apes.
Yeah!
Nathan Winnie says, Dear Schwamson and Gilgamesh, I was just in Santa Fe and went to Meow Wolf. Did you guys go when you visited? Love your vids. Thanks for all you do. We did go to Meow Wolf. It was a great time.
What's a Meow Wolf?
Meow Wolf is an art collective in Santa Fe. It's like this cool, trippy place where a bunch of art installations are, and it's this like interactive thing you walk through, and there's like weird shit around every corner that just makes you think. And I bought the shirt.
That sounds like all of Santa Fe.
Especially the dispensaries. And the shirt I'm currently wearing, I bought at Meow Wolf.
That is awesome.
It says "We love dog," and it's a really shit drawing of a dog.
Hell yeah! I think I got some merch from the store as well, didn't I? I think I got something.
I don't recall.
I think I got a T-shirt and gave it to
You
someone.
almost convinced me to buy like $100 reflective hoodie.
Oh, that would have been great.
Glad I didn't, because I didn't have I couldn't justify that.
Santa Fe is a cool place.
I really loved Santa Fe.
Thank you, the Beej P.
Didn't like the sunburn though.
Who says, Hello, I made a barbecue-themed Game of Thrones menu and need your judgment. Items include Marine's Hush Puppies. Oh no. Shireen's Burnt Ends.
Oh no.
Oh no. And Rohan's Raspberry Pie.
That sounds pretty good. I like the raspberry pie.
I love and or hate all of it. I mean, we're going to have to taste your barbecue to make
I'm gonna rank this. It's neutral on the good evil axis and just far to the end on the chaotic axis.
I'm gonna rate those F, and S tier respectively.
7 hells.
7 hells.
Anonymous says, Dearest Glockenschlop, cultural heat death of the earth aside, these streams endure and all the best to both of you. Plaguing question, how did Will/Garrett get back through the wall? Praise be Wooble.
Perhaps he got in a boat. Do we know if Will Garrett and Waymar left from Castle Black or from a different castle? Maybe they were from Eastwatch.
I don't know if we do know. Huh.
So maybe it's easier to get past the wall if you left from Eastwatch or the Shadow Tower. I don't know.
Or maybe he like came through Castle Black, like, oh, Ranger's returning, and then just made a run for it as soon as he got through.
Yeah, he could have returned and pretended to have stayed and then deserted. Although you get the sense that he more just like panic
Bolted
ran the
immediately
entire
from
way. Yeah, I mean, it'll be a funny thing to bring up. Like maybe he went through one of the abandoned castles, and maybe in a later book.
Oh, he snuck through the Night Gate.
He went through the Night Gate. Yeah, I don't know. But it'd be fun if they revisited that, because they could. Thank you, Aiden H. Eltor, who says, Schwumbo and Glumbo, do you think that Jon Snow in the books will develop into an elite swordsman? You seem to have surpassed Iron Emmett in sparring, and George Martin listed Jon alongside the likes of Barristan and the Hound in that Trial of 7 blog post. Yes. Yeah. No, I think those are excellent points, and I think that Jon could. I mean, I think part of this is 5-year gap shenanigans, because originally George Martin intended for the book series to stretch across multiple years, giving the characters time to grow up and become more skilled and such.
But it didn't work out for various reasons, so he had to scrap it.
Yeah. So I think that George's intention is for that to happen, but I don't know if there's enough time for Jon to learn all that much. I mean, I think that's part of why George Martin mentioned all that training and all that sparring that Jon is doing, is to make him a better swordsman. So I think he is getting better for sure. Nepotism
TV says, catching the stream live and loving it as always. Shameless self-plug, but I made a comedy short Duncan Egg/Curb Your Enthusiasm mashup, and now I'm excited to see how close our dumb jokes got to the real show. Well, I'm in your corner. Hope that your Apple puns make it in.
Is it called Dunk Your Egg-Thusiasm? Because it should be.
It's okay if it's not called that.
Thank you, Adam Brown.
That's real nice, thank you.
Thank you.
Dane is your enemy says, it's almost midnight where I am, and I've been a fan for a couple of years, and months ago in a stream, Swift said that Tyrion originated as an offensive D&D character. Been so curious about this.
Yeah, so I've remembered the name now. Pinto Vortando.
Pinto Vortando, of course.
Pinto Vortando. So this is something that I'm remembering Daniel Abraham, one of the authors of The Expanse, said. Yeah, Pinto Vortando was a character in a show called Rocky Jones Space Ranger. And Rocky Jones is a 50s sci-fi TV show that George Martin watched growing up.
Fucking hell.
And George Martin used the name Pinto Vortando for a dwarf character in a role-playing tabletop game that George Martin played with Daniel Abraham and some others. And one of those tabletop games turned into The Expanse. One of, like, The Expanse, this, like, 9-book sci-fi series and this TV show, beloved by many sci-fi nerds, began with a tabletop RPG that George Martin played in. And Daniel Abraham decided not to include George Martin's role-playing character in The Expanse, because Pinto Vortando is apparently a racist, yellow peril, Asian stereotype type character. So according to Wikipedia, Pinto is a seedy, unshaven space rogue whose presence usually meant trouble for Rocky. So you can do your own research. I haven't seen Rocky Jones space thingy, but
Space whatever.
and
If you just search Pinto Vortando, you get beans.
he doesn't even appear in Google Images. Is how obscure and or racist this character may or may not be. So yeah, I can't tell you, but that's the story. That's the story, according to Daniel Abraham.
Nihon Hanguk says, finally got it live. Do you all like Halloween/spooky season? Greetings from Finland. We don't really have Halloween, but I love it, so I decorate.
Yeah, sure. I mean, why not? I mean, pumpkins, spookingtons. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, why not?
Yeah.
Full Snickers bar in your sack. What more does a man need? A trick? A treat? I'll have them both.
Yeah, give me the 2-for-1 deal.
Do you have a favorite horror movie, Glidus?
Alien.
Alien. Nice. Well, I like The Greasy Strangler.
Is that right?
I do. Old Shrift Sand
We
says,
have a...
Father, things go poorly in the Red Mountains. Implementing a policy of free cakes and fish fingers does not make for a stable political environment when you discover that fish don't have fingers. I fear my reign as Vulture King is in jeopardy. Send gold. I sent silver to cover the fish fingers.
You couldn't find the fingers on the fish. Look harder.
Yes.
Look a little harder. You'll find them. We believe in you, kid.
Thank you, Sylvie, who says, thank you for all the endless entertainment and intellectual discussion, unironically.
Wow.
Sorry, Streamlabs doesn't work for me.
Usually people say that ironically.
Thank you, Sylvie.
Sean Lavery says, Gladorf Schroeder, what's your favorite N64 game?
I don't think I've ever played an N64 game.
What?
Never played Ocarina.
What?
Never played Donkey Kong 64. Never played Mario 64.
Oh my god.
I know, I'm uneducated. What's your fave?
Diddy Kong Racing.
He jests. Thank you, Kirk
What do
Novak.
you mean I just? That game's fucking awesome. It's probably Ocarina of Time.
Kirk says, what characters could go in lawful evil
Paper Mario.
or chaotic good? Who's the most lawful evil?
I don't know.
I mean, Tywin?
Yeah. Have we not put Tywin on here?
Well, he does do a bit of chaotic stuff, like, sleeping with his son's girlfriend and building a brothel tunnel, etc.
Have we not put Tywin's there? He's not. He's just evil.
Yeah, he's just evil.
Well, he balanced himself out.
He's got a fair amount of law and a fair amount of chaos. I don't know how Craster is the most lawful of the full evils. That's a bit crazy. Victarion's pretty close.
That's when we were like going on the own code sort of lawful thinking.
Look,
I think
Craster is consistent.
And he's a godly man.
He is consistent. Who is chaotic good? Septon Sefton.
Septon.
Septon Sefton.
Wow.
He's chaotic good.
I think For a while, Arya is chaotic good,
Yeah.
or can be considered chaotic good. I can absolutely see the argument for making her lawful, but hopefully you can see the argument for making her chaotic as well.
Yeah, I think that at the end of the day,
And
it's hard to
Daenerys.
be good and inconsistent. I mean,
If that's what you're deciding what chaotic means.
like I think it's a bit real, but it's like I think that people who do good in the world are people who do so consistently. Like it turns out,
Right, it
like
requires
to get
principles.
anything done, you need some effort and consistency and some principles and some direction. And if you just like flail randomly, you're less likely to do good. You're less likely to do anything. If
Are
you're
you
chaotic.
telling me that the perfectly designed alignment chart, which was made to do exactly what we're doing with it, the two completely independent axes aren't actually completely independent?
I don't think they are.
Is that why there's a diagonal line of best fit?
I can't wait to put the line of best fit on this. I want to do some actual data analysis on this. It's going to be hilarious.
Well, that sounds like something old Shift X would do.
What's the correlation between having a moustache and evil?
Oh, where's the boldness factor
What-
come into?
What about gingers? Are gingers more chaotic?
I think so, yes. Although Sansa is really tipping the scales there.
I can tell you that blondes are more evil. I can tell
Well,
you
anyone
that.
could have told you that.
Are bearded people more good? I think there's a lot of
Doesn't
analysis to
sound
be
right.
done. Thank you, Adam Brown, who says, how many inches is Sir Duncan the Tall? See, I saw some arguments in the latest Alt Shift X video about that. Because the Swan Sword says that Dunk was 6'11", 1.5 years before the Swan Sword.
But I could have grown more.
But I could have grown more. And we don't know exactly how tall he is in the Hedge Knight. We just know that he's closer to 7 feet
He's around
than to
7
6
feet
feet.
tall.
Well, he's more than 6'6", and he's less than 7.
6'6".
Well, yeah, because he's
Even
closer to 7
6'11".
foot than
Oh,
to
right.
6 feet.
I see. So he could have grown 5 inches in that time.
Well, I don't know. He eats a lot of beans.
There's the hormones in
a
the
lot
chicken.
of pinto beans.
Tricerathops says, personally, I rate Glinky and the Schwain chaotic good for their role. However, sporadically and too early in the day in my entertainment and mental health.
Yeah, I mean, I think that our release schedule might lean chaotic.
I'm yet to see the argument for why I'm a good person. Sean Lavery says, Biggie Glides and Alt Swift and Lil Swift X, Hodor, best rapper. Hodor would have a good verse.
I would like a Hodor feature. Thank you, Decras Kale, who says, hi, Schwelp and Galandra.
Hello.
Glad to catch you live, finally. Watching your Ice and Fire food streams carried me through a disc herniation
Oh my
this
God.
summer. And I wanted to thank you for that.
I'm sorry you had to go through that.
Yeah, that sounds
Glad
awful.
we could help.
Yeah.
Glift Schwitto says, hey Gumbo and Schwandwich.
Schwandwich.
Who is your least favorite asswife minor character? Sort of trailed off at the end there, Glift Schwitto.
Sounds like you're in a rush. You were running while you
My
typed it
least favorite asswife minor character. I don't know. I don't really keep superlatives of things I like the least.
Eutherides Wayne.
Yeah?
The only thing I remember about Eutherides Wayne is the incredible name. So clearly the character itself was
I'm
underwhelming.
not a big fan of Utter Shet.
Yeah, no, Utter Shet's not the best.
Uthor, I forget what he calls him.
I have mixed feelings about Tanda and Lolas Stokeworth.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Fine.
Shots fired.
Dylan Bates says, caught by a stream at the end. Does this count for my Make the 8 punch card? This is funny because we've been streaming for a while since you sent that chat.
I think it most definitely counts for your punch card. What's the prize when someone attends 8 different Schwift and Glidus streams?
I guess we have to buy you a burrito.
We have to get a tattoo of your face
On our face.
on one of our pets.
NR says...
Don't tattoo pets. Public service announcement. Don't tattoo pets.
You heard it here
End
first.
of public service announcement.
NR says, honoured to be catching my first stream. A timely 1 a.m. gift after a long day. We haven't met, but I'm proud of you both. Thanks for everything. Thank you, NR.
That's so nice.
It is.
People are so nice.
to us.
Thank you, everybody.
It's wonderful.
That's really lovely.
Thomas Varana says, what is your opinion on theory that George is waiting for Asswife Abridged to finish so he can finally...
He wants his fans properly educated and prepared. Look, I mean, it's funny because, like, if The Winds of Winter gets announced, I genuinely will spend, like, the next, like, however many months it takes
Yeah.
just feverishly a cock-abridging until the abridging is done, you know? Like, that's kind of what I imagine. So maybe George really hates a cock-abridged, and that's why he's refusing to announce wins.
Book, he won't have to do that anymore.
Maybe.
Ronan says, philosophical question for my two best boys. If Glendon Ball could geld one ball, would Glendon geld one's balls?
One ball?
One's balls.
If
Glendon Ball could geld one ball, would Glendon geld one's balls?
If gallant Glendon Ball gelded gallant balls, gladly. My answer is gladly.
Yeah, gladly. Why wouldn't he?
Thank you, Tiny Circle Committee.
Ah, yes. It all adds up now. Azura Lazuli says, hello, Count von Schwiftson and Baron Glidus-Schwift. If I assume George, rewrote Game of Thrones knowing what he knows today, what would he change other than older characters? Because that's the obvious answer.
I think he might tidy up some of that Valyrian catspore knife Joffrey involvement business.
Yeah, you think that's a bit unclear still?
He would have removed Tyrion doing a flip. And he would have done more with Ygritte and Shay, who are both characters who he said the actresses really expanded their roles. And he wouldn't have signed that HBO contract until he was a little further along. That's my list.
I think that sounds about right.
Thank you, Kara, who says, hey, Feng Schwaft and Ginkgo Leaf. I only caught the tail end today, but I can't wait to watch it back while I despair over having to translate 700 pages worth of patents.
Wow.
Appreciate you two. My God, that sounds exhausting. I mean,
fun with that.
A patent would have a fair bit of like technical language in it, wouldn't it? That must be difficult to translate.
Well, thank you. I hope we can help. Schwiftfan Shift Hater says, there's a sort of symmetry with Ice and Fire. Do you think at the end of the story there will be fire wights and a future generation contends with an endless summer?
Fire wights and
I think that's a
summer.
bit too literal of a symmetry.
Yeah, I think the symmetry is partly about like magic itself versus the mundane. You know, like I think there will be balance between those two things. Like I don't think we're gonna go into like opposite world where the wall of fire is protecting the realm from the fire zombies and like I don't think we're playing like Avatar: The Last Airbender games. I think we're gonna end up with a more mundane world. I think.
Yeah, the inversion won't be elemental; it'll be philosophical.
Thank you, Mav, who says, "Do you think the others are shadow babies?"
That's an interesting idea.
The others are called White Shadows, and they seem to be made from stolen babies. Are they the Neverborn? I think that the others are the souls of children of the forest.
Oh.
Who are cross and became tall for reasons of magic crimes.
Okay, interesting. So in Game of Thrones, the hit HBO television show which aired from 2011 to 2019, the Children of the Forest created the White Walkers from mankind. They shoved a piece of dragonglass into a guy and he became the first White Walker. He became the Night King. So you think that has nothing, that's all completely made the fuck up by Benioff and Weiss and potentially Brian Cogman?
Well, I don't think it's all made up. I mean, the humans were warring with the Children of the Forest. I think the humans did some.
What if it's a human body with a Children of the Forest soul in it?
That would be confusing.
Yeah.
But, like, is it a body? It's like a icy, spectral, ethereal... I mean, look, I do agree. Like, I mean, the White Walkers do appear more like humans than they appear like Children of the Forest. So maybe I'm wrong to think that they are the souls of Children of the Forest. Maybe they're the souls of... like human green seers who didn't want to be fully subsumed into the weirwood net, and they tried to create a form of immortality vis-a-vis the Great Other, and so it's like a rival hive mind or an offshoot hive mind that refuses to die. Because I think one of the crimes in this world metaphysically is refusing to die.
Yeah.
And in a lot of fantasy worlds. So I think that they're sort of just like angry spirits who refuse to die and did something bad. And they are an imbalance. I mean, I think the Undying might be a kind of version.
Oh yeah, they're a hive mind, and yeah, they're criminal.
Yeah, so
I saw them speeding through traffic once.
I mean, I think that they're going to be the result of human evil. I think.
I've got a note to make about the length of this live stream. I've got to go in like 10 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
For reasons I didn't think I'd have to disclose, because who thought this live stream would go for 4 hours?
Yeah, we weren't expecting to talk for quite this long.
Yeah, how did that happen?
All right,
do you think we could lightning round these, or is that
Well,
is that-
let's see how far the lightning
let's just do
strikes.
just letting you know, this does have a time limit.
Thank you, Ella Berger Kettner, who says, "Greetings, King Schwiftus and Sir Glavos. Happy to finally catch a stream, even if it's reaching its glorious end. Thank you for the years of lovely content.
That's true.
Have a digital hug and some IKEA bucks."
IKEA bucks. I can use that to purchase IKEA hot dogs. Hell yes.
See, I thought you were going to buy a new table, but you decided to buy 400 meatballs.
I need a
400 Swedish meatballs. I mean, that's better than a table. They could be
Exactly.
used
You can't
as a
eat the
table.
table.
Thank you, Lina Rieto, who says, "I've put off reading a lot of Ice and Fire for a rainy day, but thanks to you guys, I have a lot of knowledge already, and it elevates the reading. Love from Japan."
Well, it's no substitute, but we're glad we can supplement.
Thank you, Consume Schwift and Glidus as part of a healthy, balanced diet. Multivitamins are not a complete baby food. Thank you, Ruth, who says, "Sudlig and Extwix. Would you want a giant Ice and Fire anime series, lots of episodes, like One Piece, or do you think there shouldn't be any more adaptations?"
I want an anime adaptation. I don't want it to be huge. I want it to be like basically I want it to be faithful. It doesn't have to sprawl off in every direction anywhere more than George has already done that.
I think that many adaptations could be fun. I don't think we should live in a world where only...
Oh, we tried that. Guess we can never give it another go.
I think it's unfortunate that a single corporation can have a complete monopoly on the only allowed versions of a story. I think, like in real mythology, there's a million different versions and permutations of every god and hero, and that's fun and interesting
And it
cool.
contributes to a greater cultural understanding of something, right?
Yeah.
It's a summation of many people's interpretations of an idea, not just one thing.
Yeah, I think it's cool when culture is fluid and transforms.
But anyway, yeah, you can have the rights to this for the next 75 years after my death, whatever.
Mav G says, "Have you read Night Flyers? One of my favorite books." We have not read Night Flyers. Have you read Night Flyers?
Yeah.
Oh, you have.
Have you not read Night Flyers?
You have read Night Flyers. I have not read Night Flyers.
Really?
I want to. They made a whole TV show about Night Flyers.
You haven't read Night Flyers?
I haven't read Night Flyers.
I thought you read Night Flyers.
I haven't read Night Flyers.
I thought we've talked about it before.
We have. Well, I don't know. I will read it, and we will do streams
you
about
didn't
it. We
read
have
it.
to.
My God, that's
We
crazy.
must. It is.
No, Night Flyers is awesome. I love it.
Thank you, Rugby Lad
Should read
6703.
Night Flyers.
Who says, "Hey Glilly and Schwam, love your work. Thanks for the hours of content to pass out drunk listening to."
I'm glad we could help.
Thank you, Lina Arieto, who says, "Would you prefer to fight 5 dunk-sized eggs or 1 egg-sized dunk?"
Oh, 1 egg-sized dunk.
You reckon?
Yeah. Well, it's the size of an egg. Well, even then, yeah. No, I think you've got it the wrong way around. It should be 1 dunk-sized egg or 5 egg-sized dunks.
I couldn't fight either of them
No,
because I love dunk and egg.
it's true.
Thank you, Lasciviousness, who says, "Hey Glit and shit, sorry if you talked about this. Any theories on Dunk being a bastard of someone, as he kind of mentions in the second book?"
Oh, I think he discusses that in the context of like his parents are nobody, and also they were unmarried.
I hope that he's Quaith's bastard
I hope
child.
that he has no familial connections to anyone in his ancestry. It's fine if he has descendants. That's a cool thing in my head, but it wouldn't be cool if it was the other way around.
The great-great-great-great-grandsire of Eutherides Wayne.
Of utter shit. Of shit mouth.
Thank you, Sam Barclay, who says, "Hi Gleanus and Schwesticles.
Wow.
If you had to go on a holiday in Planetos with one character, where would you go and who with? Keep those chins greasy." I think Lyonel Baratheon would be fun.
That would be fun.
One
Go-
night in Bravos with Lyonel Baratheon. That sounds sick.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Or maybe like, can I go to the carnival with Sansa or Marjorie? Just sounds like a fun time.
That sounds delightful.
Carnival?
I want
they
to
have carnivals in Westeros.
sip tea and nibble on lemon cakes with Marjorie and Sansa.
You're gonna eat that whole capon?
The entire capon. Panbiff says, "Have either of you read The King Killer Chronicles by Patrick Rothfuss? If so, I'd love to
It's
hear
been a
your
long
thoughts."
stream, everyone.
I can't see my toes. It's another unfinished fantasy trilogy with fans waiting since 2011 for the final book. See, people keep telling me, start reading this book series that doesn't have an end. Join us in our watch that never ends.
Join us.
Look, I've heard good things. I've heard good things about many series. Tell you what I want to read is, I want to read The Book of the New Sun. Tell you what I want to read is the Night's Dawn trilogy.
I want to read Memory, Sorrow, and Corn.
I want to read The Culture. I'm more attracted to sci-fi than fantasy right now in this moment in history for some reason. Not sure why, but I am.
I need to get through Ursula K. Le Guin. I also have been meaning to read through everything Terry Pratchett ever wrote.
Yeah.
And what's the other thing? The other George thing? Elric of Melnibity.
Elric's fun. I would particularly like to read The Left Hand of Darkness by Le Guin. Apparently that's one of the best. I liked The Dispossessed a bunch, so I would like to read more. Thank you, Jan, Steve, Ryan, all three of you. Who says, thanks for your work, Gail Scheisser. Thank you too. DKM says, thanks Alt Schlippery XXX and Astroglidus for the good moments.
Thanks.
I fly internationally 2 to 4 times per month on 10-hour flights and always listen to your guys' vids on the flights. Makes everything easy. Live, laugh, love. Heart emoji. Yeah. Yeah, no, glad to lubricate your international travels.
Fucking hell. Geens Clambert says, hey, guacamole and low salt salsa. Thank you for the regular streams. Regular? I've been following your streams for years.
Relatively
donating
speaking.
every time I catch a live. Peace and love. Also, Balandra is Benjen.
Balandra is Benjen.
I reckon we can get through these. Let's do it.
Backlog reviewer says, Schwannis and Glavos would love to see you tackle Elden Ring. Its story is very much George Martin doing the telling the same story in a new way thing.
This happens every time, and I feel really bad about it. But like, I also really want to do Elden Ring, but I feel like I'd have to put so much time in.
Do I have to be good at video games to get through Elden Ring?
Probably, yeah.
Thank you, Tawe, who says, "Hey, Schwusselini and much love from P and I." I don't know where I draw the line. I mean, like, there's a lot of historical dictators. I don't know which one. I don't know where I draw the line on not. Yeah, okay. But thank you, Tawe. Azura says, Gladiolicious and Schwiftolorus, have you seen the Mormont's Raven is Benjen theory from Quinn the GM and Michael ITAS? What do you think?
Talks about stuff. Yeah, I watched Quinn's video. I haven't watched Michael's. I really, really, really loved Quinn's video. I thought it was very compelling and a great theory.
Thank you, Jack the Human, who says, Schweiman and Garfunkel, what do you think would spawn in Westeros? And also, where would you want to spawn?
Why did it have to be spawn?
Spawn is an interesting
I would like to spawn
choice
from a mucky, murky bog.
Well, that's how I spawned.
Yeah, I knew it. I actually already knew that. You told me
you
about
were
how
there.
you spawn.
You were there.
Yeah.
Well, statistically, we'd be peasants.
Yeah.
Probably in ET.
Yeah, where we think we would spawn, it'd be, yeah, we'd be...
I'd be a Norvosi bear.
Yeah. Where would you want to spawn, though? Again, it's probably the Arbor, right?
As far away from Westeros as possible.
Oh, Ashai.
I want to be born on Zorsback.
In the
plains of the Jogos Nye.
That sounds good. Sounds like a simple life.
Thank you, a common grackle, who says, Hey, Sega Glegasus and Nintendo Entertainment Schwiftum. I'm married to this portmanteau.
Fair enough.
Not much of a reader, but I fell in love with Ice and Fire. What should I read next? Well, you should read Duncan Egg. What else is there?
You could search up George's favorite books, because if you like the way George writes, you'll probably like the things he likes to read.
Read Elric of Melniboné.
Yeah, sure.
If you like the weird, dark fantasy.
I'll be there with you. I want to read that too.
Thank you, Pointy and Props, who says, Hello, Glig and Schwam. What are your favorite swords from Westeros? I'm a prop maker, so this is interesting to me.
Cool.
Big Dark Sister fan myself.
Dawn. I really love Dawn.
The Valyrian Steel Arak.
That's pretty cool as well.
Thank you, Kara Waimi, who says, Hey, Glift, don't worry, there is no smut about you on AO3. See, I didn't think there was, but now I do.
Well, yeah, I think we've Streisand affected the whole issue.
Thank you, Glendon Ball, who says,
42069.
if Steely Pate isn't in F, I want my money back.
Glendon Ball 42069. That's not what we're doing here today, but thank you for the donation.
Are we doing Smash or Pass, or are we doing musical keys?
Steely Pate always struck me as being in B minor.
Yeah?
He always just felt that way to me.
Can we do another stream where we rank every character based on just which chords
Yeah, totally.
they vibe with?
I'll bring my guitar along. We can rock it out.
Do you have a favorite chord? Like the Glidus chord?
Yeah, I'm not telling you, though.
That's like a demon's true name. If we knew that, we could summon you.
Yeah, that's too much power over
On
me.
my pipe organs.
Listen,
I would
everyone,
go,
I've got to roll. I've got to rock, and then I've also got to roll.
I think I've got to lie down.
Yeah, it's been a long one, an unexpectedly long one, and I have to fuck off.
Well, we all must fuck off in the end.
Thank you all
mustn't
very
we?
much for watching and for donating, and over the years for your love and support.
We appreciate you all very much. And you're welcome to like and subscribe and follow on podcasts, and otherwise just have a yeehaw good time. Thank you so much.
I've been Glidus,
I've been Pinto Vortando.
and this has been The Stuff.
This is the stuff, Lyonel.
This is the stuff.
Oh.